Whoa. Oh man. It's me. It is Chuni Onika person featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series. Thank you, Cronus, for making this little image. Hey, it's Devil May Cry 1. That's what we're about to play. I like this game. Actually, I would say I love this game. I would say there's also Devil May Cry games that I really love, and there's also Devil May Cry games that I like. It's a pretty good series, all in all. It did formative damage to my squishy little brain. And, warning, this game contains scenes. If you don't like scenes, you don't want to be here, because, oh man, there sure are some scenes. I don't know about explicit violence and gore, though. That's a little not quite, there's some red translucent textures that somewhat represent blood. Oh my god, it's Resident Evil 3.9. Yeah, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the origins of this game. We all kind of know them. Most people know that. They're like, I feel like, and it's very funny because it was a big deal back in the day. I remember getting the strategy guide for Devil May Cry, the first. And there were interviews and things in the back and like some artwork. It was really well put together. I can't remember. It was probably like Prima or Brady Games, one of the big two. But it had a lot of really good interviews in the back, something that wasn't really common at the time. Excuse me, I'm going to readjust my microphone also. And it talked about the game's origins of being Resident Evil 4. And this was long before the real Resident Evil 4 would start to come out, so it was, it was pretty interesting. Nowadays, that factoid is up there with Doki Doki Panic in obscure video game trivia that everyone knows, but it's still pretty interesting. What I think is more interesting is that Devil May Cry started development as Resident Evil 4 or Biohazard 4. But Biohazard 4... So by the time anything resembling what made its way into the game, it was Resident Evil 4 and then shifted to Devil May Cry. But from what I understand, originally Resident Evil 4 that became Devil May Cry started development as Resident Evil 3, because Resident Evil 3 started development as Resident Evil 1.9/2.5, and Code Veronica started development as Resident Evil 2, which had already been made, but for the Sega Saturn, and oh my god, Resident Evil games, none of them start with the title or protagonist that they end up having in the end. So, yeah, we'll talk more about that. We'll also take a look at some of the artwork. They were just doing shit. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of people... I've heard the opinion nowadays that people think that Capcom is just... Oh, Capcom, they're just milking their big three franchises, just milking Monster Hunter and Street Fighter and Resident Evil, and all I can think is, like, man, you would have hated the 90s, where they were just milking Resident Evil and Street Fighter and Mega Man. Capcom's always, they always have their little favorite, their favorite couple of franchises that they do a lot with, but... Man, yeah, after the success of Resident Evil 1, they kind of tried to make 4 sequels at once. And they didn't learn their lesson, because then when they tried to make Resident Evil 4, one of the games that came from that was Haunting Ground. Capcom's a fascinating corporation to be a fan of. I have to move this again, sorry if it creaks. Somehow this results in Steve Sideburns, not what he's called, but close enough, saying sorry like a Canadian, yeah. I'm definitely going to play through the Resident Evil games at some point. Definitely Code Veronica. Which reminds me, at some point I also want to play the trial version of DMC1 that came with Code Veronica. Hell yeah, Devil Daycare. Not what it's called, but much like Steve Sideburns, close enough. Yeah, Devil May Cry 2 wasn't even Devil May Cry 2 when it was retrofitted into being... Yeah, no Capcom game. No Capcom game is made in good faith. That is what I would say. That is my choice of words that I'm deciding on. Okay, I'm going to turn off this music here. And we are going to transition over to gameplay. Let me know what the volume situation is like. I think I know where I want the game sound to be at, but this is the HD collection version of a PlayStation 2 game, so things might be a little funky. Just let me know if I should be louder or quieter, if the game should be louder or quieter. But let's jump in and take a look at these explicit scenes of violence and gore. Come on, there we go. Yeah? Oh yeah. Hold on. Oh, that needs to be louder. Hold on, you need to hear this. Hold on.
Let's rock, baby.
Hell yeah. Boy, that was really quiet. Let me go to my options. Oh, look at that crunchy video. Okay. So, let's see. Do I have some, Yeah, there's some clicks there. Subtitles. We want subtitles on. Controller setup. We're going to use Type A. Type B, I mean, neither of these is great. They didn't even really center the image of the controller. It's jittering a little bit. Anyway, Type A we're going to use. This is what's closest to what most people think of as Devil May Cry controls. One has some oddities, such as a show map button. You're never going to use that. Taunt is also not labeled here. It's R2, it's just not labeled here. Move cursor, I really don't even know what that means. This is the HD version, like I said. That's why we got a big Xbox 360 controller here. Which I'm not using, I'm using a PS4 controller. I don't know why it doesn't know that. The US version of Devil May Cry 1 on the PS1 had really fucked up controls where, like, triangle was jump and all the orb values were screwed up. Yeah, don't worry about it. Type A, monitor tuning. Oh man, for optimal picture, just fuck with your TV settings. Oh, this is a personal computer game? You don't have you don't have TV settings? Oh, okay. Well, I hope this tells you all the information you need. Subtitles, again, we're going to keep on. We're going to exit. And we're going to start a new game. Oh no, we've been shot.
2 millenniums ago, there was a war.
That might be a little quiet. Hold on. Here's what's awful is the game always pauses when I click off the window. And it takes a minute to start back up. Default for the literal 2 binary options got too overwhelming for you somehow. Oh yeah.
Quietly reigned the human world and continued to preserve harmony until his death. He became a legend.
This is not yeah, look at that jump kick! Okay, before we go any further, I do need to kick this volume up. There we go. Oh, white woman jump scare. It's like a Dino Crisis ad somewhere in this scene. Also, boy, I don't think I remember that being pre-rendered. Why is that pre-rendered? It's so chunky.
Devil May Cry.
Oh, now it's loud.
Sorry, we closed at 9.
Oh, is this one of those games where the pre-renders are super quiet?
No password.
Anyway, no password. Oh my god.
Whoa, slow down, babe.
There's that line read.
Well, well, what do we have here? Nature calls? It's in the back.
So, you must be the handyman who'll take any dirty job.
Any dirty hand job,
Am I
got it.
correct?
Almost. I only take special jobs.
Boobies?
If
Boobies?
you
Nah,
mean-
she's got stars on her nips.
You're the man who lost a mother and a brother to evil 20 years ago. The son of the legendary Dark Knight Sparta, Mr. Dante.
Voice Edge, my
Well, the way I
beloved.
figure it,
We're not gonna see it
in
too
this
long.
business, a lot of your kind comes around. And if I kill each one that comes, eventually I should hit the jackpot sooner or later.
Jackpot, in quotes, that's gonna be important.
You should be used to this sort of thing.
Man, I thought this was like the coolest thing ever when I played this when I was like 11, 12, however old I was.
Are you really the son of the legendary
It's still pretty
Dark
cool.
Knight Sparta? Didn't your daddy teach you how to use a sword?
Sword. Time to go to work, guys.
An ability he doesn't have in the game. Oh man, but explosions and motorcycles.
Even
Hey,
as a child, I had powers. There's demonic blood in me.
What strength?
You were the first one to know about my vengeance. It looks like I'm getting closer.
can you answer a question for me? What was her plan?
It seems that way, but I'm not your enemy.
Then why did you bust into my office and throw a motorcycle at me, insult me, and try to electrocute me?
What?
What was your plan? Oh my god. I didn't realize you look like my mom. Whoa. What was her plan? What, is she stupid? What was the idea?
20 years ago, Mundus, the Emperor...
Okay, yeah, the pre-renders are just really quiet.
Mundus.
Yes. His powers were sealed by Sparta. He's attempting to gain control of the human world once again. He has been preparing to open the gate on Malay Island.
Yes, she's stupid. She was literally born yesterday. Hey, that's a spoiler. But no, that makes, yeah. Dante using charge shots 5 years before weekend. So we can do charge shots in this. What he couldn't do, what you can't do naturally is the weird time dilation he did to slow down the bike.
The castle is above this cliff. Come on, let's go.
Well, I can't quite jump that high. Okay, so first off, I am going to turn this down just ever so slightly, and look what happens when I click off the window! Red zoom in, because we have this pause menu. But this pause menu is not important. What's important is this pause menu. This is what my stream layout might look a little familiar now. The graphic design of these is unparalleled. Also, it doesn't reach the ends of the screen because this is a standard definition game that has been upscaled to 16:9 widescreen. So, that's a movie file. Those clouds in the background, that's a video file. There's all sorts of stupid shit that happens when you pick your weapons. Check this out. Oh my god. They went nuts with these. We've got actions. These are important. Look at these little renders of Dante doing all these little moves. Look at this. Oh my god, it's so hilarious. Something you might notice is Dante does not have a long coat here. The long coat was always present in the artwork, but was something they apparently had a lot of difficulty getting to work in the final game. And I think even the demo that comes with Code Veronica, he doesn't have the coat. Weird. Again, we have Devil Arms. That's what this game calls swords or melee weapons. That's a lore point we'll get into in later games when I eventually play those. Force Edge is very PlayStation 2. Yeah, aesthetically. I kind of like it. It's very funny. We have an amulet. In the back is an engraving Virgil and Dante. Who could Virgil be? Map unknown. File, mission, and enemy. Hello, Miss Takamura Takako. Welcome to graphic design being my passion. Oh yeah, actually, the file here. Enemy. This is kind of interesting. As you encounter enemies and see them do different moves, this gets filled out. If you want to truly 100% this game, truly 100% it, you have to get hit by every attack. And, I believe you also have to get killed by certain enemies? It's insane. This game's really weird. Anyway. Oh, yeah, up here, also, there's this flag. We'll take a look at the artwork at some point, but if you kind of barely look at it, we'll see something later on. But that's totally an Umbrella logo that's been ever so slightly changed. Because, again, did you know that this game started as Resident Evil 4, and that Resident Evil 4 started as Resident Evil 3, and that Resident Evil 3 started as Resident Evil 1.9/2.5, and that Code Veronica started as Resident Evil 2, but Resident Evil 2 had already come out. It started as a port. Anyway, we have a yellow orb. It's an extra life. There's a bunch of secret stuff all over the place in this game, including right here. We have a blue orb fragment. What the hell does that mean? It's a heart piece from Zelda. There's that flag again, and yeah, you can see it's very similar to the full Umbrella Corporation crest that's in... Oh, look at him go. Look at him spinning those guns. Oh, he's so cool. Oh, yeah. There's my taunt. Love it. But yeah, there's a crest like that in Remake 1. Another thing that was added late in development in this game is these screens. Because originally these didn't exist. The mission structure was very hastily thrown in, and it shows. It was literally only put in here to differentiate it from Resident Evil. Mission start! Dante, my beloved. Wow! What a castle! Yeah, another thing to point out. Oh, red orbs. We'll talk about those, but this is very similar to a Resident Evil mansion setup. Like, 100% if you're familiar with RE1. We've got the stairs that go in, like, each direction here. And we've got, more specifically... It's flipped, it's on the other side, but there's a door here we need a key for. Yep. A rusty key may help. Why specifically a rusty key? Well, when we get the rusty key, I'll talk about that. But it's very funny how... this area, again, this is definitely an amalgam of various Resident Evil locales from prior games. The unicorn statue, you know, that's a thing that happens in Resident Evil very often. We can get bonus orbs if I get on the tip of this halberd. I am only going to try this once or twice because it's very difficult. And I hate it. I know so much about this game, and let me read what you wrote. You know so much about this game, I had no idea about. That's so cool. You flatter me, and also, I mean, you know how I am. If I like something a little bit, I become a walking encyclopedia of it, because it's easier than having a personality. Oh, that's dark. Blue orb fragment. Already have 2 of those. Nice. Yeah, I think Devil May Cry is just a really fascinating game, given its history and development. That one hit too close to home? What? You don't like, hearing the truth? But yeah, the history and development of this game is really fascinating, and it's particularly interesting to me because... So I started... How should I phrase this? When I was a kid, I had Resident Evil 2, and it ruled. Forgot I don't get Stinger. Forgot you have to buy that. I never beat it, though, but I thought it was, like, the coolest game ever. and I never beat it because the saving and item box kind of intimidated me. Not the monsters, not the deaths or anything, just the idea that saves were limited and you couldn't bring all your items with you was terrifying to me. So I played it a little bit, but I never got really far. When this came out, and I had heard it was very similar to Resident Evil, but more action-y and a little more forgiving in those regards, I was way into it. So I actually got way more into Devil May Cry. There he goes again. Bro is stimmin'. I got way into this game, and later on decided to go back and get into Resident Evil. So I got kind of like the reverse effect of like, I would be like, okay, I'm finally gonna play RE1, and it like smacks you with this exact camera angle, and I was like, oh, they really barely changed stuff. So it's really fascinating. Didn't know you were such a Resident Evil fan either. Takako. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Let's not worry about it. Let's go over here. I'll start talking too much about Code Veronica if I think about it right now. And we're not ready for the Code Veronica stream. We are not ready to talk about Code Veronica. Anyway, yeah, this symbol right here again is very Umbrella Crest-like. We paid 45 red orbs, also smash stuff up, get a blue orb fragment. A lot of these rooms and camera angles are very, very Code Veronica. Like, I said I wasn't going to talk about it, but I'm going to have to talk about it a little bit. This is based on nothing but vibes, but I'm fairly certain that the two games are running on the same basic engine, because the way Dante moves in this... Granted, Code Veronica has tank controls, but the way Dante and the camera move feels a lot like Code Veronica. Look at that out there, that animated gif of that tree. That was so mind-blowing at the time. I can see the castle's garden from the window. Okay. Smash stuff up. Get orbs. Is Resident Evil the only video game franchise that manages to be great while being composed of nearly exclusively terrible games? I mean this lovingly and sincerely. Yes. Code Veronica is horrible. I love it. And if that doesn't tell you everything, you know, I don't know what to say. Here's a guy. Oh my god, he's laying down. Well, I guess there's no enemies in this game. Guess it's fine. One of the things that is kind of interesting that did differentiate this, which is funny because then the real Resident Evil 4 would have currency, is red orbs. They can be used to sort of, you know, whoops, guide you to certain places. They do that a lot in this game. All these books list prisoners and their bail amounts. The room must have been used to hold high-ranking officers captive during times of war. How interesting, ellipses. So this room, there is concept art of this room that has these chairs filled in with these buddies over here, marionettes. Marionettes were originally zombies that were in, like, musketeer garb, because this was meant to be the Spencer estate that you go to in the Resident Evil 5 DLC. And I'm not going to give myself a brain aneurysm. I'm just going to say that a lot of the plot they wrote for this game did end up still going into Resident Evil 5. It's really funny. Anyway, let's press the wrong button and grab this. This is the Rusty key, and this is my favorite screen in any video game. Rusty key. The key is rusted, but it should work. This doesn't mean anything. This means nothing unless you played Resident Evil 1 and you know that the manual for Resident Evil 1 explains small keys, which are one-use small keys. as a key that is so rusted that when you unlock a door with it, it breaks off in the lock, hence why it's only good for one use. This game just kind of assumes you know that, so it says rusty key. The key is rusted, but it should work. Sure. So the first time I played this game, my friend showed it to me, and, you know, I was like, okay, let me give it a shot. And of course I come over here, and I'm like, oh, I thought they were going to jump scare me with this guy, because it's kind of like Resident Evil, right? Like, you grab the thing, and then you turn away, and he comes back to life. Haha, I'm going to kill you ahead of time. Nope, nothing. Okay, guess I'm going to walk away. Whoa! 13 Weskers, yeah. Oh, we'll get into the Weskers, plural. First fight of the game! No tutorial, no nothing. Just hit the buttons good, idiot. I didn't hit the buttons good. Enemies can block you. You get different combos with different button presses. It's a pretty easy fight. I wish we could go back to no tutorials in game. You and me both, brother. Hey, how do I get down here? There we go. This is such a different experience from when you played it blind. I was like, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to let her experience this completely blind, because that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. You got to let people play games blind. You know, inform their own opinions and get their own vibes. But yeah, this is definitely a series for sickos. This game specifically. There's so much, man. There's so much. We got a whole blorb fragment. Oh. You get an achievement for that. It must have been so frustrating. No, actually, I like watching people play things that I'm familiar with. Completely blind. I don't get the backseat urge. I really like knowing... Oh, by the way, look at that Z fighting up there. Do you see that? This little block up there that's going nuts. I really like watching people experience things and me kind of knowing, you know, kind of being in the know of what's going to happen and just being a little creep and being like, ooh, I wonder how they're going to react to this thing. It's very fun. There is some tech I can show you, though, a little later on. We don't have... This is a little loud for me. We don't have many of the weapons yet. But there's some pretty cool stuff you can do. Hey, can you guys kind of fuck off? Like, you're crowding me in here. I'm gonna fight these guys a little bit more because I want the orbs. This was the coolest thing ever. Being able to launch dudes and juggle them. Lets me experience being new again. Yeah, exactly. It gives me a perspective that I've sort of, like, long forgotten. I do have to turn this down a little more for me. Let me know again how the stream sounds. Can't wait to get into Alex Wesker and the absurd shit in Revelations 2. We'll get there at some point. Okay, anyway, we got the rusty key. As we know, the key is rusted, but it should work. And again, if you're familiar with... Actually, thinking back, I do remember... I think you had a little trouble figuring out where to go here. And I remember watching it and not wanting, you know, of course, not wanting to say anything. And honestly, I don't even blame you for having trouble there, because that's the thing. I know this game better than the back of my hand. Like, I know the exact sequence of events. The only thing I don't know is where all the secret missions are. So it's interesting because I can't even fault you for getting lost, because this is a weird, fucked up Resident Evil game where they kind of want you to get lost. So, I don't know, it's interesting. It does. It always offers a unique perspective. There's another Blorb fragment up here. Every time I go to the gym now, I think about Dante, and that pisses me off more than I can tell you. Wait, what? In what way? Audio is good? Okay. Every time someone mentions the junction screen in FF8, I lose my mind cackling at how incomprehensible, intimidating it feels. 9-year-old me feels so seen, yeah. Oh yeah, I got so lost my first time playing this game. And like, that's the thing, because there's no tutorial, because there's no guide, and because it's a weird bootleg, oh right, this move exists! You can mash to get out of that. Because it's a weird bootleg Resident Evil game, I really wish I had my stinger. That's the idea, is they want you to get lost. They want you to just be completely befuddled and have no idea what's going on. And then you kind of learn it over time. That's the thing with Resident Evil and survival horror, is people who have played the game a couple times, you know, they look like crazy pros, and it's just because they know the stupid way to go, and it makes these type of games like really rewarding. Anyway, this fight's pretty easy. These enemies are like kind of peons. I don't particularly think the fighting in DMC1 is that difficult. I actually don't think any Devil May Cry game is really difficult in the traditional sense. We got a green orb, though. The way... I had a feeling it was gonna... Okay, let's see. The way, when I'm struggling to lift heavy things, I think about how ripped Dante is, even though he's such a dork, and how he wouldn't have trouble with it. Pisses me off enough to finish the set. That's inspiring, and I think I'm gonna have to think about that, too. This dude can sit around all day and drink Jack Daniels and eat pizza, and he's still the hottest guy ever, aside from Virgil. What's up with that, huh? I eat my greens, you know? I eat rice, I eat fish. Put a little kimchi on there. I'm still not in shape. Gotta work for that? Oh yeah, Helmbreaker, by the way. I do Helmbreaker a lot before I get Stinger, because it's like kind of your best option. So if I'm doing that a lot early on, it's because it's good. Chief followers on stream, boo. Oh my goodness. Chief followers on... no, where is it? On Get Banned. I think both Nero and Virgil are hotter. I mean, listen, everyone loves Virgil. Everyone loves Virgil. Nero's a fun dork too. We'll talk. We're gonna mostly focus on DMC1 stuff, though. Get exploded, unemployed loser. Yes, Dante's half demon, but his real strength comes from his human side. That's why even a Devil May Cry... Wait, I can't make that joke yet. Hold on. I'll be a wreck over Nero, I just know it. Nero might be my favorite character. I want to think it's Dante, but then when I play as Virgil, I'm like, it might be Virgil, but I think playstyle-wise and just... I don't know, I think Nero might be my favorite. I struggle with it. They're all good. But Nero has a mechanic that I won't talk about yet, because you haven't gotten there, but he's got a mechanic that I absolutely love. And if you know there's something on screen right now that you're looking at that maybe is a little Nero-inspired from one of his mechanics. Anyway, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I've been having a blast watching you play Devil May Cry, and again, as someone who's sort of, I don't want to call myself an expert. I don't want to call myself a Devil May Cry expert. That feels a little cringe, and far be it for me to be cringe, but, you know, I always like, seeing new experiences. It's a landscape painting. There's an eerie aura surrounding it. Yeah, I like seeing newcomers to the games because they usually pick up, it's like, I don't have to tell someone, like, you know, that doing high time and firing the guns and, you know, juggling enemies. I don't have to explain to someone why that's cool. Someone does it, and they're like, oh, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen, and I'm just like, I know! It's the best. Anyway, this is actual concept art right here. I like that. I always like when video games use their concept art, like, in the game for, like, portraits and stuff. Speaking of concept art, this face in the concept art was meant to be about, like, where is it? Around here. It was meant to be, like, over that door, but it caused issues with an upcoming sequence, so they moved it way over there. Thank you. I'm sorry it's taken so long. That's fine. Hey, you do a lot of stuff. You are a very busy. I stopped what I was going to say because I'm like, is this appropriate? Is this appropriate to just completely, like, I don't know. No, you're being supportive of your friends, Onika. You can do that. You do a lot of amazing things. You put a lot of passion and skill and effort and dedication into it. And honestly, you're a huge inspiration. Like, genuinely. And so, you know, oh no, it's taking me a while to play the Devil May Cry games. That's fine. That's fine. I am not disappointed in the slightest. Because everything you end up doing is extremely enjoyable and extremely cool. And, like I said, far be it for me to be cringe and make an embarrassment of myself while I'm trying to fight, these guys. That's the thing, you can kind of just talk. Whoops! Get out of that! You can kind of just talk while fighting these early enemies because they're pretty easy. And they keep coming back. Which is good because I'm going to want these orbs. Guy asking himself if it's okay to be nice to your friends. Well, that's because when people say nice things about me, I have a panic attack. So I'm like, oh no, am I giving people a panic attack by being nice? And then I have to remind myself, no, other people are normal. It's just me that's the freak. So we don't have to fight all these guys. Oh, look at him. He scurried and slammed right into the wall. What a silly, silly boy. We can just go up there and get an item and watch a scene, because this game contains scenes. It doesn't really have explicit violence or gore, but it does have, again, some blood textures. Before we do that, though, let's go to the... Oh yeah, look, we've got a map. Is this useful to you? You know what this looks like? This looks like the map from Luigi's Mansion. I don't know if I like that. We can roll map, which it makes it look even more like Luigi's Mansion. That's cool, I guess. That's not what I was here for. What I was here for was to look at the enemy file, because we've actually fought 2 enemies. The red one that slammed into a wall was a Bloody Mary, spelled with an I. And the marionettes, they're the most basic of enemies. So see how it says 5 out of 7 there? That's what I was talking about before, where to truly 100% this game, you need to play it on all the difficulties and get hit by certain kill moves. I'm not going to be doing that, But you can see where there's the extra paragraphs here. There's a lot of interesting stuff here. At some point, maybe I'll read through all these. Not going to be right now, though. You can rotate the map. What the fuck? See, so, One Son is probably the Devil May Cry guy. He's, like, insane at these games, and he knows everything. And the fact that he's reacting with, you can rotate the map, what the fuck, is really funny to me right now. What do you mean it doesn't have explicit violence and gore? Didn't you read the warning at the start of the game? I did read the warning at the start of the game. It's funny that, you know, because the Resident Evil games have that warning as well. Oh, my mouse cursor is on screen. I am so sorry. I think they just put that in the game because it makes it look cool and adult. Anyway, speaking about things that are cool and violent and awesome. There is a sculpture of a female in agony with a sword pierced through her chest. Wait. Oh, sorry. Wait. I can hear her voice. Now I should use it. I am Alistair. The weak shall give their heart and swear eternal loyalty to me. That's when I should, Your cat's curled up to watch me play. That's cute. Oh no! Cats, look away. You shouldn't see such violent imagery. So this was the coolest thing ever when I was like 12 or whatever. I don't remember how old I was when I played this, but this was the coolest shit ever. Oh man. Dude's rock-ass architecture. When I saw this, I was like, oh shit. Video games are so cool. I'm such a big kid now. She's purring, it's fine. Okay, she likes the violence. This also, the way he moves up on that sword. Oh, that sounded sexual. There's no way to make it sound not sexual, though. It penetrated him, and anyway. It made me have a theory that Dante had, like, Wolverine healing factor, and then, as it turns out, as the games go on, that's correct. Slow motion! Look at those animated GIFs of glass shards! There's a scene kind of like this in Code Veronica also. It's not as cool, but there's slow motion glass shards. Look at me sheath it on nothing! Oh, look at that pre-render. Look at the electricity. Do you get the electricity in the corner of my screen now? Do you get it? The fire at the other corner might also be a reference to something we'll get a little later. So yeah, sorry to everyone who liked Force Edge. We will not be seeing her any longer. We have Alistair now. It's basically Force Edge with longer range and more damage. It's not my favorite weapon, but it's pretty cool. I think there was a sound indicating these guys came back. Yes, so you can test it out. And you can see that it is immediately stronger. I thought more dudes were going to show up, so okay. Fucked up how Alistair somehow ended up getting even less love than Force Edge in this series. Yeah. It's weird. It never shows up again. Alright, let's go through here. And arranged on this shelf are many books pertaining to the art of alchemy. Yep. There's a couple different flavor texts. That's another thing. This game has a lot of flavor text because it's a Resident Evil game. Most people never see these. There are lists of crops that were harvested from the feudatory. Strangely, the amounts of crops harvested were never stable. And there were instances where winter crops were harvested in the summer. There's a book written about the administration run by the successive Castellans. The later Castellans imposed ridiculous taxes and barbaric executions. Why am I reading this? I love that one. I love that one. Alistair fucked off to Beautiful Joe. That's true. That is true. And that's true too, yeah. Basra, yeah. 6 of them at once. Check it out! Shotgun. A wide-range gun, very destructive at close range. So, one thing about this game that's a little lame, but again, makes sense given the... Oh, not that animation. That's not lame, that's awesome. Yeah, you have to change your guns in a menu, but again, it's very Resident Evil. The shotgun rules. You know what else rules now that we have Alistair? We can do the coolest thing ever, which is charge up our gun with electricity. It's like the coolest thing ever. I love the shotgun in this because it is straight up a Resident Evil shotgun that has infinite ammo. A Grim Reaper-like devil is depicted. A key is embedded. Should I right, it's Dante saying this, so it should be like, "Whoa, slow down, babe. Should I take that key? The rusty key calls." But I don't want to do that every time, you know? Yeah, I'm gonna try and do an enemy step somewhere. It's a little awkward in this. It's a little, like, I know you can... Yeah, so you can enemy step. And you can, Problem is, they're all gonna die too fast, but you can, like, do weird shotgun hikes that are always really difficult to me, because I always need, like, a low ceiling. I think I'm better doing it with the scissor people. The scissor people, you know. Anyway, we can double trigger now. That's this game's main risk-reward-ish mechanic. There's really no risk in it. If your DT runes are filled up, so right now I only have 3, which is the minimum you need, you should use them. There's no reason to not use your DT. One issue I do see people new to the series, they treat it like an emergency button. Do not treat it like an emergency button. It is use it or lose it. It is very similar to what I said when I played Metal Gear Rising. There is no benefit to saving it because you build it quickly enough that all you're doing is, you know, losing opportunity to do more damage and to heal. Also, that marionette had a shotgun. Air hits launch enemies upwards for some reason, yeah. Yeah, it's weird. I'll try to do it, but it's a little difficult. Oh, here's another thing. Look how... So this, if I hit the button, he does that pretty fast. But if I go like this, way faster. So what I'm doing there is I'm kind of just wiggling my stick. That's what she said. Yep. Here we go. I'm wiggling my stick so I can shoot faster loads. Hell yes. I'm just going to say it, get it out of the way. Okay. But yeah, you can wiggle the control stick to fire the shotgun faster. It's kind of a rhythm you get into. You can also do that with like, I think it's like your first slash. It's a little awkward though. I don't really see much use with the sword because I'd rather just do combos. But yeah. It also looks really stupid. I think that's the biggest benefit, is it looks stupid. Anyway, we use the rusty key. Dante would do a silly little jig, then pose and say, "You just gonna leave that rusty key there to an empty room?" He totally would. Oh yeah, we get a different taunt now. No? I thought he got a different taunt with this. Oh no, he has a different idol. That's right. Yeah, so, like I said about this being a Resident Evil shotgun, with infinite ammo that now I can cancel to fire faster. Our style's not going up at all, but... Hi, Dante! Hello, CC, welcome! Whoa, it's been a while. But welcome to, welcome to crazy, not quite pizza man yet. He didn't like pizza yet. No, he did still have pizza boxes in his office. He doesn't say woohoo. You know what he does do, though? Hey, this is a spoiler for beating Dante Must Die, and is a thing that most people don't know. When you beat Dante Must Die, at the very end, when you fly towards the screen in the biplane, he says, "When the devil may cries are rockin', don't come a knockin', baby, yeah." In an Austin Powers voice. It's pretty bad. But that's a thing that happens. He still likes pizza, he just likes pizza a lot more quietly. Don't lie? No, that's real. That's real. I think it's when you beat Dante Must Die. It might be using one of the extra costumes, but there is an actual audio clip of it, and part of it is reused and spliced in Beautiful Joe when Dante transforms. In the PS2 version, Dante is playable, and he says, what does he say? He says, they splice it up so he goes, "Devil May Cry's a rockin', baby, yeah!" And I always wonder where that audio clip came from, and yeah, apparently it comes from, I believe, beating the game on Dante Must Die. He's not lying, I was the pizza. Is Beautiful Joe on the list? Suika, you know me way too well that you just assume that this is going to be a retrospective playthrough of the entire Devil May Cry series. You know how my brain worms work, and you know that absolutely when I beat this, I'm going to Devil May Cry 2. Also, there's electricity on the screen now because I have Alistair equipped. Oh, let's take a look at this thing. So this is a thing that, for a while, people thought was part of a cut puzzle, because no one could figure out what it's for. There's something engraved beneath the opening. This is where the guiding souls gather. This is actually where you can recharge the melancholy soul if it runs out of energy. I've never had that happen, but yeah, you can actually, if you fail, if you don't fight the shadows fast enough, and the soul runs out of energy, you can recharge it here and then use it to open the door. It's really weird! I also love this type of God rays coming through windows, where it's clearly just a box with a texture on it, but it still looks great. I would like to play Beautiful Joe again, though. Because I actually never played the PS2 version to completion. There's something written, "A god stands before thee. To open the path, use thy strength to drive it back." Yeah, this is another one that confuses people. Yep. And then even more confusing, you do that and you're like, what happened? What happened? Oh, I have to press square on top of this. Really weird. Not only that, I assumed you're only playing this specifically to contextualize DMC2 because it's actually the most interesting one to talk about, even though it's not the most interesting one to play. Boy, just read me like an open book, why don't you? Anyway, the Staff of Judgment, a staff that shines with mysterious light. I love this little room back here. DMC2 is the pinnacle of 6 out of 10 PS2 hack and slash. Hell yeah, it is, brother. Yeah, we'll get to DMC2, don't worry. I already planned on playing that, and I already planned on... I ran through the game once already, so I could just start on hard mode. So then we can get Trish, and we can do that, so I don't have to play it 4 times. I only have to play it 3 times. Because I do want to talk about Trish in that game. Anyway. Yeah, ha 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 ha. It would be 7 out of 10 if it wasn't for the chopper. I still think the moth is worse than the chopper. Here's an enemy type we're going to become very familiar with. They really love making this enemy type return in different forms. Also, very susceptible to the shotgun. And very easy to enemy step on. Let's see. There's also a counter I can do. If the camera wants to behave... You know what? Sometimes it's not worth it going for the counter. Just because it takes so long. Like, look at this. What are you doing, girl? Alright. The moth is fine, it dies in 10 seconds. The moth is fine when you know what to do. The moth isn't fine when you don't know what to do. Nothing in DMC2 is a problem if you know what to do. Oh, little buggies! Oh my god, buggies! See you later, little buggies. I'm not going to go in there yet, though. I am going to go back. Squimsh. I'm going to go back in here. Which is totally not a Resident Evil safe room. What are you talking about? Complete with its own version of safe room music. Many of the books are records of the past civil court hearings. And the rest are records of the harvest and births. Wheat pig baby, huh? Lord Fragment. That's not what we want, though. What we want is Stinger level 1. Stinger is arguably the most important move in the entire game. Arguably in the entire series, and arguably in the entire genre of video game where you have a sword. I am going to be that, like, broad with my description. If you have a thrust that moves you forward, that's going to be your most important move. In Bayonetta, the equivalent is called Stiletto. And then in Metal Gear Rising, I think it's called, like, Strike. The word strike is in it somewhere, so I think it's funny that they always try to put, like, a Stinger, Stiletto, like, Lightning Strike. Like, there's always similar naming conventions there. I always like that. Stinger kind of turns him into a Street Fighter Shoto, gives him projectile moving forward and anti-air attacks. Yeah, so that's another thing, is Devil May Cry is the most Capcom video game to ever Capcom video game. The Resident Evil references are really obvious, but Dante's move kit, especially as you start to get more weapons, it's very clear, yeah, he's kind of a Street Fighter character. It's really funny. And then once you get to DMC3, you get boss weapons, which is very Mega Man. Anyway, it's a carving of the Judge of Death. Looks like the judge should be holding something. Shall I use the Staff of Judgment? Resident Evil puzzles are like, hey, there's a relief of like a blue eagle. Should I use the blue eagle crest? And you go, yeah. Devil May Cry are like, the puzzles in this are like vague existential concepts a lot of the times. That one's the most straightforward. Just, oh, The Judge of Death should be holding something. Staff of Judgment. Okay. The rest of the puzzles are like, those who lack virtue must show the sign of chastity, and then you put a brain in. And that one was always weird. The sign of chastity is a brain. What did they mean by this? Anyway, overcome the trial and acquire the pride of the lion. I'll judge his staff, if you know what I mean. I don't know what you mean. Can you give me like a chart? These undulating tubes. When I think of Devil May Cry 1, I think about this room and specifically this shot. It's like, yeah, no, this is one of those things where, so I do, again, I'm the guy who likes remakes. I admit it, I am a consumer. But I like retro games, you know? I like seeing how they reinterpret old stuff in a new art style. Really is what it is. It's more that I just like art and the different genres of it. Genres? Yeah, genres and eras and, you know. So I see this, and I'm like, this is one of those, God, the PS2 was so perfect. There's no way they could improve upon this. This is so gorgeous and beautiful. And just seriously, like one of the coolest PS2 rooms ever. But also, I do want to see how they would make it look in the modern age. But the art direction is so strong that it's like, you definitely don't need to. It means I should stop thinking with my wiener and play video games instead? Okay. It's so hard to not think with my wiener when this leather-clad demon boy is here. I didn't read that. Anyway. Yeah, we have to prove our courage to get the Pride of the Lion. Pride of Lion is granted only to those who choose the path of trials. That doesn't really tell me anything, but it shot a laser in this direction, so that's good enough direction for me. This door always looked like a bug face to me, also. All my combos are based on wienerings. Well. Secret orbs up here. Oh, here's an important hint. Here's the one time I screamed inside watching Takako play this, and the one time I scream inside watching everyone play this. There's no way to know. There is no way to know this. Do not touch these orbs. Do not touch them. These orbs are special orbs that if you nurture them and let them stay here, they will grow strong and healthy and turn into like 100 orbs each by the end of the game. I'm not even kidding. We'll come back later and those orbs will be gigantic. Yes, let them marinate. It states, go back the path and thou shalt return from the abyss with thy lion heart, and thou shalt receive the pride of lion. Really? Yeah, yes. Growing strong and healthy Minmo. Yeah, like genuinely they will grow throughout the course of the game. And you want to grab these basically right before the very end. I love Minmo. I love growing strong and healthy Minmo. I don't love getting shocked by electricity. So this puzzle is like, okay, go out there, and then you're like, alright. And then you get to this, and it's like, idiot, go back. And then they drop you into this weird sequence, which has a three-dimensional skull that I am convinced is only in this game because it was a 3D asset Capcom made to, like, test the powers of the PS2 or something. It's a really weird enemy, and also that skull model ends up getting reused in Resident Evil Remake as a prop that a certain character picks up. And it's the exact same model, the exact same texture. Okay, there's now a little platform here that I think, can I stinger jump to this, or do I need... Yep. And we get a blorb fragment. It's like the kid in Final Fantasy VII where you can steal his pocket money at the start of the game for like 14 gil, but if you don't, you can come back later in the game and rob him for a piece of rare armor instead. Always steal things later. I can't think or type out of pizza. This is an emergency. Yeah, that sequence is always weird because you're underwater, but Dante has his normal controls, but loses health. Later on, we'll be underwater with different controls, and you don't lose your health. So I guess that's cursed water. Part human, part demon, part fish. We got the Pride of the Lion. Boy, that does look like an RE2. This looks like something you would use to open up Chief Iron's secret room in the original RE2. Sign of the Strong, it allows confrontation with the Lion Gatekeeper. Okay. That's cool and all, but what if instead a spider? I love spiders, but big. Yeah, Phantom is probably my favorite boss in this game.
I hope for your sake you got something inside that.
Oh, look, he knocks on the shell. Camera turns, knocked on nothing. Phantom originally had a different texture to him, and they added the lava later in development because they thought he looked too gross. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna try to not die, but we want Ebony and Ivory for this because they're a little better against him. So sometimes I die against him. It's been a while since I played this. I should be fine though. Oh, I'm gonna be fine. Oh, easy peasy! Look at that. Ugh. Okay. Let's enter this weird save here. We're just going to save real quick. Okay. It's the next mission. I need to do something. Too gross is a wild thing to say about the spider in the undulating tube room. Yeah? Listen. Oh, A rank even. Oh my goodness. Oh, we are so strong. Alright, we just saved, so I'm going to do next mission. Mission 4. The Black Knight. Let's go back here. Phantom babies, make your dreams come true. We gotta kill 100 of these. You can step on them, you can shoot them. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to beat this because it's weird. It's a very weird secret mission. Nope, and the... Almost. Okay. I should be able to do it a second try. I couldn't remember the exact positions they were at, and I forgot how the camera works there. Wow. That's a little mean. Alright, let's go back in there. Imagine the design meetings for these missions. Shit must have been so funny. Yeah, I can't even imagine how you would go about, like, designing something like this. And just being like, yeah, that's our mission. Oh, that's way easier than I thought. Oh, is this game free? Hold on. DMC1 for babies? I don't remember it being so easy. Alright, well, we did it. Secret mission clear. And I believe there's another secret mission if I go in here? No? Maybe I have to leave and come back. I could have sworn the secret mission was... Oh, this is going to be hard without my shotgun. Hold on. No secret, only skeletons. Yes, I remember the Phantom Babies website. That's later? Okay. Well, hey, look at this, though. Blue orb fragment over there. Unfortunately, now I have to do platforming. Ugh, don't make a Sonic fan do platforming. We hate it. Except those of us who love it. And then you get into arguments. And then people start talking about momentum and oh my god. Oh sweet, there's dudes in here. More orbs for me. The blorbification of Chunika. Yeah, that's words you could put in that order. Get blorbed, idiot. Oh. Said with the cadence of a Haruhi title. I thought that too. I also wanted to say, with the Melancholy Soul earlier, I wanted to say the Melancholy of Haruhi Soul, and I was like, that's a stretch. Here we are, making the slimmest, most barely recognizable concepts of things that could be considered jokes. Wouldn't be a Chunionika stream without that, huh? Ouch. There's so many dudes here, like... Oh, heck yeah, I seen media. I watched a movie once. It was, Herbie Fully Loaded. No, I've actually never seen Herbie Fully Loaded. Oh, this music here is cool. Any other content goblins in the chat? Oh no! He's chasing us. This is why they had to move the head to somewhere else. Whoops. Not how this was supposed to go. Yeah, not how this was supposed to go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I have seen Equilibrium, but I saw it, like, basically around when it came out. So I definitely would like to see it again. But it rules, yes. It invented an entire... You know what? I was going to do something there, but it wasn't going well. So what you can do there is, by this point, I usually buy Air Raid. And what I'll do is I'll use Air Raid to destroy Phantom there. And then save the game with the orbs that I collected. And then reload the file and kill him again, because when you save, it saves all of your, like, monetary progress, but not your progress in the mission. And you can basically farm that fight. But, I didn't buy Air Raid, so instead, that's fine. We're gonna play the game like normal. All that means is, usually when I play this game, I spend about 40 minutes doing that, so I can buy everything as fast as possible, but, yeah, we're not doing that. I like to buy as many plorbs, or purple orbs, as possible early on. But it's okay. Oh! Hello. More friends. It's time for a rewatch for sure. Absolutely, yeah. I would absolutely love to rewatch Equilibrium, because it's been a while. Phantom Babies too. Problem is, I don't have those equipped. No. No, equip the handguns, thank you. Another 100 spiders to Dante. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Why isn't it counting them anymore? Why is it stuck at 47? Why is it stuck at 40? Why did it do that? What did they mean by this? What? Huh? Is this telling me I should play Hitman? Agent 47? Is that what this is a reference to? What's going on? If Phantom Babies is so great, how come there's no Phantom Babies 2? Oh, wait. Oh, right! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. It's okay. He's stupid. Because if I read, it says, without using any weapons. Forgot about that part. So now we squinch. Oh, this one's a nightmare. Okay, I got a new secret mission idea. 100 spiders. We did that already. No, you only have to step on them. Oh. Oh. Oh, come on! Oh, 96. That's fine. We're getting orbs every time. Our score is going to be bad. That's a good point, though. Yeah, I can just DT and do this faster. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, look at all that squinching. Come on. Are you kidding me? Oh, I did it. Okay, you're not kidding me. What's funny is this still functions. So we can just buy Air Raid right now. And we did it. We squinched, we squashed, We obliterated our arachnophobia. Onika's talking about their phantom baby fever on stream again. Segue to a different reference. No, not shadow fever! There we go, we did it. Where were these other ladies? Alright. Come on. These ladies, these girls always scissoring. Yep, there's that reference for you. Look at that animation. That was really funny. Just spinning in and just upscaling. Did I know the Goddess of Time is actually based off a deity from a small cult of words I don't want to try to pronounce because I'm afraid I'll say them wrong. I did not know that specifically. I know that a lot of this stuff in Devil May Cry is based on real theology. And it's one of those very, which I always love. I love the setting of, I love Japanese stuff that is always just every theology is real. That's like one of my favorite settings, so I'm a big fan of that. So that's cool. That's interesting to know. They're what? I'm sorry, I didn't understand the joke. Oh, I said these ladies are scissoring. These women are scissoring. It's a colloquialism. I'm not gonna... Anyway, here's Air Raid. I was about to describe something that I'm not comfortable saying several of those words. Oh, one more. Listen, it's Devil May Cry, okay? Plenty of innuendos, no sex. That's just how it works. You know, Dante thinks what you do when you see a woman is you quip and you whip out your sword, like your literal sword. But you make it sound like it's going to be a euphemism, and then you just, like, start shredding on guitars and doing kickflips. That's what he did with Navon. As far as Dante is concerned, that probably, like, that's what he thinks sex is. No one tell him. No one tell him the truth. Anyway, Air Raid's really cool. It's, like, super busted. The damage output isn't great, but it keeps you so far out of, like, harm's way. And when you get way more DT runes than just 3, it lasts long enough that even though the damage output, like, per hit isn't great, it's a really good strategy. And the damage output's okay, it's just, stuff like Stinger and Helmbreaker are technically better, especially when DT'd. I feel like Dante would be great at dirty jokes, but he doesn't actually know what any of it means. That's canon. That's real. You understand the character fully. So at the top corner of my screen, I'm taking. You can see it says half man, half devil, pure stylish action. So that's taken from an ad for Devil May Cry 1. The original ad said half man, half devil, pure vengeance. But I wanted to put the term stylish action somewhere on the screen because people don't know what genre Devil May Cry is, and the genre is stylish action. That is what Hideki Kamiya said when the game came out. That is what was on the box. It is stylish action. That is the genre. I think now I get the secret mission. Nope, I don't know shit. Okay. But yeah, the genre should be stylish action, not spectacle fighter, that's made up, not character action, that means nothing. What game? Every game you play as a character and do actions, that doesn't mean anything. Hack and slash, that's a different genre entirely. It is stylish action because the game rewards you for doing combos that are varied and things like that. You know, the combat adjudicators. That's the genre, so I wanted to include that. However, I bring up that ad because you've probably seen the parody version of the ad that says, half man, half devil, pure virgin. That's correct. Dante has never had sex. Dante is the kind of guy to use snickerdoodle to refer to a penis. Is that a kind of guy? You say that as if that's a kind of guy. Am I that kind of guy? I hope not. All right. Now we're getting weird. We don't need to talk about the Snickers veins. Oh no, we don't need to talk about soaking. Oh no. Oh no. Devil May Cry, it's a 2001 PlayStation 2 video game directed by Hideki Kamiya. Originally starting development as Biohazard 4, the game would go on to refine the stylish action genre and incorporate gunplay and swords in a way that prior video games never really did. It stood as a testament to the let's go in this door. And I want my handguns back. Because this enemy is a bit of a butt. There's an immense power that will not allow anyone to get closer. Before I can confront the lion, I'll need a sign. Shall I use the Pride of Lion? Yes. And you know, nothing says Pride of Lion like summoning a demonic panther? That's a different cat. That's just a different cat. Make sure you dodge because this is a Hideki Kamiya game. Okay, so the way you fight this idiot... By the way, dodging is really important. Gotta lock on and side jump. It's a little tricky because most people nowadays are used to like a dedicated dodge button. But it works really well once you're used to it. Anyway, yeah, shoot a whole lot at the cat, and then when it turns into a ball, you stab the ball. Then he turns red. Don't let him eat you. I just let him eat me. That's what I said not to have happen. It's fine, though. I survived. It's okay. We can go in here now. Women love swords. That's true. Whoops. We take a sip. We recenter ourselves. We get ready for the battle ahead. There's a reality where DMC1 had a versus mode where you played as the enemies. You know, that sounds pretty cool. I'm gonna keep Ebony and Ivory out for this. I feel like speedruns for this game must be insanity to watch. Yes, and speedruns for Devil May Cry are one of those things that makes you realize two things. Number one, wow, Devil May Cry is so cool because you have the freedom to play it however you want. And number two, if you love yourself, you never want to do a Devil May Cry speedrun. They are absurd. They're like some of the skips and some of the weird things you do in combat, and oh my god. There's something written. The sword is the key to freeing the soul. The key resides at the highest place. Well, you know what they say. You gotta get up to get down with the sickness, and you gotta get down to get up to the swordness? Something like that. And now we get this Maul Ninja sword. Oh yeah! Yes! Wansan with the Zenbu skip. Named entirely intentionally. Okay. Let's see. What's in here? Never heard an Insane Clown Posse song in my life, but that sounds like what I imagine a reference to Insane Clown Posse is. No, that's a reference to Disturbed. A statue of a female with a melancholic expression. There's an opening to place something. Shall I use the death sentence? Yes. So yeah, the sword's decorative. We can't use death sentence in combat. Just a key. Speaking of Disturbed. Speaking of down with the sickness. Looking at my own reflection. When suddenly it changes, violently it changes. The world is a scary place. Now that you've woken up the demon in me. Check it out! It's Nilo Angelo! The mysterious... Also, it should be Nero Angelo?
This stinking hole was the
Oh, jeez, I forgot he called it a stinking hole. Dante, but fucked up and evil. Yeah. Yep. Welcome to my twisted world where twist tie is just a regular tie. So yeah, his name should be Nero Angelo, which would mean Black Angel, but they mistranslated it as Nilo Angelo, and they just kind of kept it. And I think that's fine. There are documents here that were probably used for diplomacy with the neighboring countries. Alright. Oh, this track is so good. Make sure you dodge. So, here's a guy with some guts and honor. And our moveset. We gotta have a doppelganger of sorts in these kind of games. He's got a couple moves we don't have, but for the most part, a lot of his animations are very familiar. He does a lot of damage if he hits you. But luckily, he's got a lot of really obvious tells, and by this point, we have enough health. We can make a couple mistakes. Whoops. I love the flame effects he uses, too. They're so PlayStation 2. They don't look like fire, but they look like a video game effect. Whoops! Don't let him hit us with his Big Bang attack. Also, teleports behind you, stabs you, you know. Now he's up there. He's beckoning us. Doppelganger is later. Listen, you know what I mean. Whoops. Capcom really loves their... So it's funny. We'll talk about the identity of this character. But if you know, you know. And, you know, we often use this character's identity, that name. Oh, jeez. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. Whoop! Yep. I should have used the Vital Star. It's fine. It's fine. It happens. Anyway, yeah, really, when we refer to a rival character who's like a different colored equal opposite, we should be calling them a Proto-Man, because really this is sort of our Proto-Man, isn't it? But, you know. Alright. So the easiest way to deal with him is to side roll. Whoops. Side roll his attacks and counter and punish with a stinger, but sometimes I just mess up my controls a little bit. He's not particularly hard, I just kind of... The hardest thing for me is always getting to him at the third phase, because he tends to, like, hit me on the ledge. Now, luckily, he can't track you with the fireball, so if you just get over him, you know... Very easy. He can track a little bit vertically, but not, you know... not horizontally. He's a cool fight, but he's kind of easy. Oh, but you died. Yeah, well, I'm bad sometimes. I don't remember Zynak playing this. I mean, I remember he played it, but I don't remember how it went. I remember how his fight with Navan in 3 went, and how it didn't go well. I would like to get you away from this gap, sir. This gap is not very moe. Whoop! There we go. Oh, this choreography. Oh, I love it. Oh man, their voice clips there are so funny. He saw our amulet and got stressed out. And he appeared as a dark reflection of us. And the amulet said it was, you know, part of a set, one given to Dante, the other to Virgil. Who could he be? Yeah, that's Virgil. That's corrupted Virgil. Common Rider ass fight, yeah. Yeah, that's correct. Really, C rank, I died, and really it decided, like, C is enough. Okay. I expected that to be lower, but that's fine. C Rappy. That's what Beautiful Joe says. Okay, I think by this point... I want to start investing in Plorb. And a couple Blorb. Because it's just useful to have more meters. Making you watch the Netflix show so you can get real mad at what they adapted from that. No, I don't think I want to watch that. I had an open mind at first. By the way, don't forget to dodge. I had a bit of an open mind about it, but the more I heard, the more I was like, maybe my life would be okay without that. Anyway, look, it's another shadow, this time with a time limit because we have to preserve the melancholy soul. DT Stinger that a couple times, and then he turns red. And again, just try not to get eaten. So one of the abilities we can get is a double jump, known as an air hike. And I tend to never buy it when I play this game, just because of something we'll be getting in the future. But it is really useful. And I can feel sometimes when I'm fighting that I'm like, man, I wish I had my air hike. Come on, Dante. Jump down. Okay. He's gonna blow you away. I like how experiencing this again really reminds me that DMC5 was the real DMC2 all along. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, direct sequel, you know, there's a lot of, you know, Devil May Cry is very interesting in that, again, like, this first game is given so much respect and, like, legacy and all that, and it's a really good game, especially at the time, don't get me wrong, but, you know, when you go back and play it, it's kind of funny, the, almost like the admiration that later games give to this setting and these events. And then you play it, and it's like, whoa, slow down, babe! Mother! You know, and all these weird, like, how much longer are you gonna keep zapping? Oh, wow, look at that, S rank. Hard-coded, 1 and 5 might be the only two games with, like, any hard-coded connection between them, despite 4 existing somehow. Yeah, 4 brings some enemies back and some concepts back. And some choreography from 3. But 1 to 5 is definitely the most, like, you know. And I don't want to say much because, again, there's some people present here who haven't gotten there yet. But, you know, we'll get there. This is not, by the way, this is not as in-depth. I'm not doing the thing I'm doing. I'm not doing the Metal Gear Solid thing with these. I'll probably upload this VOD to my YouTube channel, but I'm not going to do a full... It's going to be like a diet version of that. Anyway, here's a blue orb fragment. Reason for that being that just, I don't know, man. It's just what I felt like doing. I don't know who else is here, Corin. There could be some lurkers that have never played a Devil May Cry before. And I like to be a little, you know, I don't want to, like, break the immersion when I'm playing a game. Like, I don't want to start talking about plot points from future games, because then I'll think too much about those, and then I won't comment on what's in front of my face, you know? It's a thing you gotta be aware of. Anyway, I really like the textures here. Also, I'm just gonna completely go against what I said and talk about another game. Check out the Raccoon City sewers we're in. When's Lucia's disc? I am gonna play 2. I am gonna play 2. Don't you worry. We got another rusty key. Oh, yeah. Only one way to deal with bugs, and that's a boomstick. don't really have much to say about the bugs other than, yeah, they're very clearly like the chimeras of RE1 or the Novistadors of RE4. They're big Resident Evil bugs. Listen. We'll talk about Devil May Cry 2. What did I just say about breaking the immersion, sir? Sir, we will talk about Devil May Cry 2 when I play Devil May Cry 2, which will be after I beat Devil May Cry 1. But right now, we're playing Devil May Cry 1. So I go back and do 2 again for Chris. So, do you have the HD? Oh, that's a stupid question. Yeah, you've got this Steam version. If you want, I'm going to be unlocking Trish. So if you really want, after I do that, I can give you my file. If you don't feel like running through the game on hard mode, and you just want to see what she plays like. Because I wouldn't blame anyone for wanting to... Here's my... Okay, before I go forward, here's how I look at it. Devil May Cry 2 is worth playing until you find you're not having fun with it, and if you're not having fun with it, stop playing it. That's how I feel about... I said that about Phantom Pain, I say that about all games. If you stop having fun, stop playing it. However, DMC2 I have the asterisk of... absolutely go find a save file or use cheats or whatever to unlock Trish and play as her and go, what the fuck? Why didn't Dante feel like this? But yeah, we'll talk more about 2 when I get to 2. Don't you worry. I know you're all so eager. You're all such eager little perverts. I remember when I was playing like Portable Ops and everyone was just rubbing their grubby little hands together waiting for me to crash out about Phantom Pain. Well, we got there. We got there, and I'm not done with Phantom Pain yet. I still need to do the post-game and the post-game, where we crash out about the truth. But it's you know, we gotta focus on what's in front of us here. But we will definitely talk about DMC2. Don't worry. Don't you worry. Don't worry. Hey, look, that's a DMC2 reference. Okay, anyway. No, this is good. This is fine. Here's what I think is one of the hardest fights in the game. This is a death scissor. Now the boys are scissoring. And, I didn't actually want to do that. But it's really weird. They put you in this little square, and this dude kind of does, like, big damage and has weird attacks and flops all around and counters you. I don't understand this fight. I don't really get it. At some point, he's gonna go nuts. Yeah, and start doing that, and we gotta dodge like crazy, and just kind of hope that we avoid him. It's a bizarre fight. It's bizarre. On higher difficulties, it's very annoying, but we're doing decent damage to him because he's, we've dehorned him. That's how you know you're... When a man loses his horns... Wait, we were talking about horn break... Whoa, hold on. I just remembered a different conversation about breaking horns. And I think I'm just going to stop speaking. But, you know, sometimes you got to draw the goblin. If you lock on, Dante always phases him, yes. There we go. Oh, and the stupid scissors hit me at the end. It's a weird fight. I don't know. I feel like, to me, that's one of the hardest fights because it's the most insane. Like, sometimes you gotta draw the goblin. That's what you said. Well, that's what... Listen. No goblins here. just Devil Hunter B ranks. And saving the game so I don't have to fight that idiot again. Oh, I was supposed to be looking for all the secret missions and I forgot. Oh well. It's okay. It's okay. I had a guide open so I could, like, look at it between missions, and I've been forgetting to do that. It's okay. Maybe we'll do a second playthrough at some point. I don't like that baby face there. It's weird. Anyway, we're losing health again. No, for the first time, the Melancholy Soul didn't drain our health, but the Guiding Light drains our health. Don't go down there. It's pointless. Speaking of things that happened before, though, oh my goodness. Phantom chases us. We can defeat him again to get more orbs, but I don't feel like really doing that. Because there's a couple things up ahead that I'm really, really eager to get my grubby little hands on. He's choosing not to explain the joke to his viewers. This is so sad. Listen, there's not many times that I can exact revenge on my average viewership. I am choosing this opportunity to keep them all confused and concerned. It's not often I'm actually captain of my own ship here. Usually sentences are said that concern me, and I have no idea what's going on. He hates us. I'm never confused or concerned about anything. I've just learned to accept. That's the way to do it. We come back here again because we got to use the guiding light on this thing. The brightness of the guiding light will scorch you. Only those who can bear the light can open the new path. Shall I use the guiding light? Sure. We could have read that before. My death sentence determines my life sentence. Another mission clear. These missions are very weird in this game. They're not like a... Oh, look at that, another S rank. 2 S ranks. I'm so good at this. I'm so good at Devil May Cry. I can get a good time on the missions that are ranked entirely by time. Anyway, yeah, the missions are odd, because check this out. We're not in a mission right now. This is not a mission. This is an intermission. We could go back down there. We could mess around. We could fight dudes. And, I think if we save... No, it just has the mission clear. I thought it had a special card. But yeah, we don't actually start the mission until we get here. See the shield emblem on this door also? There was meant to be a key we used here. There's not. There's not. This game's weird. It's a little... It's not necessarily thrown together. But some stuff is a little thrown together. Let's mission start. Look at this ugly room. I hate it. I hate these faces. Look at that face on that door. And the music's all weird. This is another... Look at that. This is another thing that was very clearly meant to be like a Resident Evil safe room. Because it's got the God of Time statue. God of Time statue music. I hate these faces so much. Just gonna climb up there. Yep, nothing out here. Okay, let's just mosey on. Oh no. Ambushed. Look, his claws are all fiery now. How do you know what recess is?
Finally! I was getting tired of playing your childish games.
So yeah, we got a second, technically third or maybe fifth fight with Phantom. There's another fight, there's a secret boss fight with Phantom you can do in that, in the fountain room where we inserted the Pride of the Lion. I just decided not to do it, but you can get some extra orbs there. There's no cutscene or anything. Also, you can see, yeah, Air Raid is really, really good against him. Like, holy crap. It's insane how good Air Raid is. We get some better stuff pretty soon, too. And a couple more zaps. Oh, slapped us at the very end. Oh, right. I think he needs to... Come on. There we go. So there's another way you can defeat him by making him jump. Oh, that is so grainy. If you make him jump on the center of the arena like 5-6 times, the glass will break and this cutscene will play. Oh, it's so grainy! And it's so quiet! Why does it get so quiet and so grainy? That's still a cool scene.
You're right. I'm his son, Dante. Sweet dreams.
He's such a dork in this. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Oh, Dante, you're so cool.
Defeated the Phantom. Incredible power.
Oh yeah, Trish exists and is being suspicious. Anyway, no time for that. It's time for huge orbs. Nothing a guy loves more than a huge set of orbs. And a trident. Suspicious? Is this anything? You know what? +2. You know why? Because I was gonna say that, and I was like, no, that's way too dumb. I'm not gonna say that. But then you said it, so, you know. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Whoops! Didn't want to fall in there. We gotta get on this horse. Get on the horse? No, no. Dante, where are you? Come on. Maybe this one's a little easier due to the angle? Oh! Well, we got orbs up there. Whoops! Okay. Oh, this... The platforming in this game is a little zesty. There we go. Blue orb fragment. Look at how much health we have. Oh, we're such a healthy boy. Does this horse have orbs on it as well? No? I think this does, though. I think this has a whole lot of orbs. Sometimes you just gotta jump on stuff to... Yep, there we go. Okay, that wasn't a ton. Zesty is exactly how I would describe it. It's, you know... Okay, now, this is the moment I've been waiting for. It's the corpse of a soldier who must have wandered into the castle and died from exhaustion. He's holding something. The grenade gun fires exploding shells of shrapnel. Extremely destructive, especially against living things. So, this rules. The grenade gun rules. We'll talk about it in a moment here. But first, we gotta use a hefty downward force on that lever. That's it, game's over, pack it up. Oh, you know what he's about to do. You know what he's about to do. Alright, let's go down here again. Look at that skeleton. Oh, he's so funny looking. Okay. Alright, so let's bring our shotgun back out. This isn't the best place to show it, but okay. So, the shotgun, right? Normally, that's as fast as you can fire it, but as we showed off before, we can wiggle and fire it faster. That's pretty cool. The grenade gun is very, very powerful. But its downside... Look how long it is between shots. I am hammering on that button. Well, did you know... You can dodge cancel? So not only can you fire this much faster, while you're dodging, you're basically invincible. So now, the game is free. We have no weaknesses. There is nothing that can even come close to doing anything to us. The other thing is, much like the other guns, you can charge your shots. And the best thing of all is that this thing builds DT like crazy. Absolutely crazy, you could say. That's going to be useful for another thing we're going to get very, very soon. That uses a lot of DT but does a bunch of damage. So yes, I'll take the bait. I'll take the bait. Whoops. Well, you know what? We'll just kill that guy. I'll talk about DMC2 for 1 second. Just a bit. When people talk about how the problem with DMC2 is the guns are too strong, that's not correct. There are issues that make DMC2 less satisfying to play than this in terms of the combat. But the problem isn't the gun's damage output. The problem is more so that and there's again, the short version is, look at these stages and how tiny they are, and how awkward the angles we have to travel at and everything are. It's kind of hard to stand back and just shoot guns at stuff in this game. In DMC2, everything's a gigantic square with a huge ceiling, so the game doesn't do a whole lot to incentivize you immediately to not just use your guns on everything. So what happens is people end up using their guns on everything, and the game takes 3 times as long, because actually your swords do a shitload more damage in that game. And your DT, how would you describe it? Like, the rate at which you build DT with the guns is absolutely minuscule in DMC2. So what ends up happening is the game feels boring because of how long it takes for you to kill anything, and by how the game doesn't incentivize you. Like, there's no clear, obvious, like, reason for the player to get up close and personal and start dodging around and using the sword. You see a big open square and you realize my guns are really safe. So you start using them, but the guns are pea shooters, so the game takes 3 times as long to beat, and is boring because of that. This game, through its level design and just like immediate feedback and stuff, it makes it a lot more obvious how you want to play it. That being said, the guns in this game are overpowered as shit. So yeah, we'll talk more about it once I get to DMC2, but yeah, it's more so the encounter design in DMC2 more than the guns themselves. Main thing they changed about the guns was to give them better feedback on hit. Yes. And again, yeah, the fact that if you shoot someone enough in DMC2, it does launch them, which again then makes you think, oh, I should be shooting them. It is a game design issue. It is not as simple as gun strong. Because gun not strong, gun do tiny damage. Gun pea shooter in DMC2, actually. 2 has a lot of encounter designs that makes performing the melee feel like a chore compared to shooting. Yes, even though the guns in DMC2 are extremely weak, because it doesn't feel like you're going to do it any faster by running up to things to fight them, even though actually the melee is so overpowered that if you actually do it, you still finish the fight quicker. Yeah. It is a thing that I want to write like a psychology course on, because I completely understand why people play DMC2 like that. It is a flaw of the game for the game not incentivizing you to play it the right way. But it's very bizarre. It's an absurd game. Whereas something like this, and every subsequent game, you immediately know, oh, I should use my swords, I should, etc., etc., etc. So yeah, we'll talk more about that when we get there, but I feel like I have to mention it because this grenade gun right now is probably the dumbest, most busted thing in any Devil May Cry game. Short of Distorted Real Impact, of course, but we'll get to that when we get to that. There's a message carved in the stone. It's a riddle of some kind. There are secret dimensions where red stones hide. They will appear when you do the out of the ordinary. Why are we getting a hint on that now? We've been doing that the whole game. Almost like maybe at some point in development, look at this shot. That's so cool. Also, it's so Code Veronica. Almost like at some point in development, we were actually supposed to come up here first. But, you know. Here's another hint that contextualizes the entirety of the next sequence, which is destiny awaits somewhere deep in the Colosseum. Also behind here is a Devil Star. There's so many layers of seemingly innocuous little factors that combine a game that can give the player a response that's simultaneously so real to them but objectively so wrong by the numbers. Yes. Yes, it's interesting. I still enjoy playing 2 more than 1. That's fine. I think both games... I think basically every Devil May Cry game has some merit and is worth playing to some extent. But, you know, everyone's going to have their favorite and least favorite. And anyway, look at this lizard. He flipped us off. So these are very clearly meant to be upgraded hunters from Resident Evil, which I think is very cute. And, yeah, we can fight stuff like this now. And we can DT and do even more damage. Sometimes dodging against these guys is a little hard just because they move around so much. But also, look at our style meter going up there. I shot 2 enemies and it went up to C. It's really, really useful. It's insane. This gun is absurd. Yellow orb. Oh, right, they're yellow orbs. They're not glorbs. Oh! Here's something I didn't know about until the most recent time I played this. I didn't know that there's a path back here. I had no idea. There's a message carved into the giant stone tablet. This is where blue light is sealed. It's a blue orb fragment there. I never knew about that. I must have done it at some point because I know I had a, like, completed save file. But, yeah. I think it's on the map, too. Yes, you can see it on the map, which you can roll. But... for a vast majority of my life, I had no idea that was there. Dante is now playing Team Fortress 2 for the rest of the game. Yep. Alright. We got ladders. We don't need ladders. We just jump up. Another Devil Star. I'm going to save those for something later in the game. What could it be, you ask? Getting a little concerned there. And another yellow orb. Almost like we're on, essentially, like, level 2. Again, very Resident Evil. Oh, look, we did the mansion and now we're in the garden. You know? We had, or we had the RPD and then the sewers, you know? Yeah? This is very much a Resident Evil game. It's really funny. And if you're not super experienced with Resident Evil, what I'm saying makes no sense until you play a bunch of Resident Evil, and then you go, wait a minute, every one of these games is actually kind of the exact same game. Okay, this platforming, can be a little weird. Also, okay, all my Crash Out Bandicoochies out there might know what I'm talking about. These platforms, they don't really look like it, but they always reminded me of the little platforms that you fight Tiny on in Crash 2. I guess just because they're round and glowy, and they're kind of in like a formation, like, I don't know. Anyway, what was that back there? I just saw like a little... Oh, I'm seeing parts of the skybox. Alright. There's an inscription on the base. My name is Ifrit. The fool who awakens me shall pay dearly with the fires of hell. This was the coolest thing ever to me. This whole game was the coolest thing ever to me. Hell yeah, we get fire punches now. I love this weapon so much. Oh my god. So here's a little secret thing. You can switch back and forth by pressing in the right stick. Or R3. People will tell you that there's no reason to do this in combat because it's so slow. They're wrong, actually. You can switch between weapons pretty good in this game. So, like, you know... You have to sort of plan for it a little bit, but you can work it in. By the way, we get a dive kick. The game's actually really, really cool once you realize you can do that. I mean, the game was cool already, but I've seen so many people say that doing this in combat is useless. No. No, actually, I just did it. It works really well, in fact. Any disc floating in midair is a crash platform. Okay. Thank you.
Are you the human, the son of Sparta who challenges the darkness for this?
Block off, Featherface.
There's the line.
We can stick around and find out the hard way.
Walk off, Featherface. Okay. So, we've got full DT, so I'm going to open up with some air raid action. These electricity formations that Griffin does, something we're going to see in basically every subsequent game. By the way, look, my DT is almost filled again from just shooting and rolling, so now I can do this again. Remember what I said about the grenade gun being the best thing ever, and it makes things like stupid easy? Yeah, look at this. Look at this. So aside from a couple standout examples, the game is now busted wide open for us. Like, completely busted wide open. There's one more move I need to get that's gonna really complete the trifecta of stupid. But, we'll get there. Also, this is a weird puzzle. And it's kind of funny because you don't actually have to fight Griffin. You can just come over here and do this and open the door. And on a second playthrough, you don't even have to initiate that cutscene. You can just run over and punch this. I love this room. It's so creepy. And every time I come here, it kind of jump scares me because I'm like, oh, right, this is in this game. It just, I don't know, it looks so cool. It's so different from everything else. Going into the menu breaks up the flow. I don't know why people say that. So it's because technically, right, like you can be in the middle of doing something and then you can, you know, switch, quote unquote, instantly. But again, you can just, you know, knock someone away. It's like the animation's not that long. In something like DMC 3 or 4 or 5, this would be too long of an animation. But in this game, you get more than enough leeway to do that. I see we've spent more time talking about 2 than this game. No, I've been trying to reel things in. It's just, I had to talk about the damage output for the guns because we got the grenade gun. I am trying to rein things in. We are trying to talk about the game in front of us. Dante jumping on one of the platforms just carries him away to the bonus level where Crash music plays. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It looks like the tiny platforms, but it also looks like the bonus platforms. It straight up looks like we're gonna go to, like, start breaking up a bunch of boxes, and there's a green orb up there. Okay, let's just open this door. Oh no! We'll talk about 3's messed up. We'll talk about each game as we get to it. Don't worry. Don't worry. We gotta play 1 now. Oh no! There's a secret 5th Ranger. That's not a marionette at all. It's called Fetish. Yes, Fetish. But not like that kind of fetish. Not like a tall joints fetish. Oh no. Yeah, this is gonna be like how I fight from now on. Like, again, I need one more move. I need one more move to really go full stupid. But there's gonna be a lot of this. And I'm technically playing the game right, you know? They're rewarding me. Doll joints, and then a very elongated ellipses. Oh, can I buy this now? Not quite. So this is the move I want, Inferno. This uses a ton of DT and essentially turns us into a gigantic hitbox. And it's like the best thing ever. So I'm going to be saving up for that. I need about 1,000 more orbs. 1,000 morbs. We are going to morb. Why didn't the soldier with the grenade gun just solve the entire incident? Was he stupid? Well, I mean, he didn't have a devil trigger. And see, the problem is he probably learned how to fight, like, you know, from, like, the military. I'm pretty sure this is not a military tactic. That's what we should be doing, is teaching our soldiers that you can fire a grenade round and then do a tactical roll. And that'll allow you to gain invincibility frames and fire the grenade rounds much faster. You know, if we really want to... I was gonna make a joke that I'm not really comfortable making. But let's just say, if they taught the military how to dodge cancel, all of our freedoms would be protected. Oh no. Another yellow orb. Okay, let's go back to Alistair. I love that little canned jump animation he does sometimes. It's very fun. I remember that NASCAR driver who overskirted to the first place like a fucking madman because I worked on the NASCAR game on the GameCube, so I figured it would work in real life too, and he was right. Maybe guns are like that too. We need to find someone who's played Devil May Cry and have him dodge cancel his reloads in real life. Jesus. I mean, there is the whole thing where the trolley problem is completely ridiculous because trolleys have a frame-perfect input that allow you to solve everyone and be a big hero. Solve everyone? Save everyone? Solve the trolley problem by saving everyone and be a big hero. And, you know, if you think you have to, like, option select and make a choice, I mean, you know, that's just a skill issue. This thing robs us of 200 orbs, by the way. It's kind of mean. Which means, yeah, now we're gonna need more. We're gonna need more to get Inferno. Bird of Prey. Okay, I'm gonna get up for one brief moment here because I've got to use the bathroom. It's gonna take me like 15 seconds, but I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. I used the toilet. I was sure to wash my hands. You know, thinking about what was said about dodge canceling your reloads in real life and the NASCAR thing, it does come to mind that a lot of Metal Gear Solid tactics work in real life. People have, especially with a lot of these like AI targeting systems, where you can trick them with like a cardboard cutout, and you can pretend to be like an alligator or a bush, or hide in a cardboard box, or just do cartwheels down a hallway and they can't figure out you're a human. So maybe there is a precedent for dodge canceling grenade rounds. Mission 10, Canyon of Mist. Come out of the Labyrinth Canyon alive. Okay, do I have enough? No, I don't have enough, but we've got a pretty cool place right here in this mission, because there's two places that I tend to farm for orbs. And this is one of them. This is one of them. First off, let's just blow these idiots away. And you can kind of cheat this by killing all the enemies here first. Oops. That dive kick, by the way, is stupidly strong. When you get it like that, when you just go back and forth, oh, it feels so good. Okay. It's a riddle of some kind. Valley of the Mist, one must choose the right path. To enter the lost land, only those who protect the weak light shall have the power to decipher the right path. Not very grammatically correct. So apparently this area is, I believe the Japanese transliteration is Forest of Illusion, which is also what they call the Lost Woods in Zelda, and also what they call everything that does this in a video game. They're all referred to as the same thing. Where did the orb go, though? I didn't see it. In Monkey Island, they called it Monkey Island. Okay, I picked it right there. So it's an interesting thing because the closest thing you could do in English is then call every version of this The Lost Woods. That way people would get the reference. I think about stuff like that a lot. This also looks very Crash Bandicoot. Just the fog and the rickety construction. Oh, I'm thinking with my Bandicoochie out. That's what I'm doing. And we're here, and we get a new-ish enemy, Cyclops. It's kind of just a retexture and slightly smaller version of Phantom. It exists. Not a whole lot of these in the game. They're like rock spiders instead of lava spiders. They got one big eye instead of a bunch of little eyes. I have great effect. Well, no, they do still have a bunch of little eyes, but they have one prominent large eye. So they're not quite like me. They're not one of my cycloptic brethren, but close enough. Running away from Phantom in the hall was also a Crash Bandicoot moment. Yeah, I mean, listen, Crash Bandicoot, highly influential. I swear somewhere here there's some orbs. This is another, again, definitely the garden sort of area. That is absolutely a greenhouse there. And the artwork, the concept art for this shot looks almost exactly like this. It's really nice. Look at all this grass, too. It just, I don't know. I have a great appreciation for old video game areas like this. Like, it's very dense with detail despite being relatively low poly. We picked up a new item there. Holy water. Water of divine blessings. It holds the power to eliminate all the evil that's around you. Cleanse yourself of them evil spirits that's in you. It's basically like a bomb, like a super bomb, like a screen clear sort of thing. You also want to save those for something later on. And look at that, now we have enough. These missions are short, man. We have enough to power up. And by that move, Inferno. I don't think I like that cunty Dante render on the clear screen. Well, it's here. You can't run from it. Mission 11, Fate, offer the chalice and open the path. Look, we have to fight one of these idiots again. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, and look, if you get hit, even if you get hit during that animation, you still change your weapon. So, no, I think it's perfectly fine to switch between Alistair and Ifrit in combat. I really don't know why people say it's bad and that you shouldn't do it. Like, it's not that risky, and even if you get hit, it's not like... It doesn't completely cancel out the effect of weapon switching, so it's like, worst case scenario, yeah, you take a little damage. This guy's got different horns than the other one, now that I notice. He's also got a scythe instead of scissors. He's also really annoying. I, like, really hate fighting this thing. It's, again, not even particularly hard. It's just like, what? Do you expect me to do with this guy, man? Like, sometimes he just launches you up. You gotta Helmbreaker him, that's the best way to hit him, but, like... What is this encounter, you know? Like, what? What is it? Here, let's do this to him, I guess? Okay. That happened. It's a mini-boss? Look, we're gonna go to the Crash Bandicoot secret level now. This actually looks a lot like going to a Crash Bandicoot secret level. That is what the something is! Write it down on your hand if you don't trust your head. This totally looks like a Crash Bandicoot secret platform. Like, what? And it doesn't even really, like, take us anywhere useful. It's a bit of an odd room. But we got a Blorb fragment. Yeah, a lot of the encounters in this game are a little strange. Again, when you consider that it's a Resident Evil game with a jump and infinite ammo, and a meter that just makes you heal and get stronger. Dante, what are you doing? There we go. It makes sense why, like, a lot of things are kind of easy, but again, this is not a gameplay flow. Like, I have played this game like 23,000 times, and I'm a super professional devil hunter because of it, or whatever. But, you know, back when video games didn't really do this, look at those leaves also, that is beautiful. It was a lot harder to wrap your head around, you know? Anyway, we're gonna go down this hole. This is an important hole. You wanna come inside this hole as much as possible. Because this is the blade hole. And now that we have Inferno in this thing, we can fight infinite blades. And that's good. Because you might notice there's also a Goddess of Time statue here. And, yeah, this is a really good place to get orbs. Speaking of coming inside of a hole, we get the sign of chastity. Taxidermic organ coated by crystal. Within it is the sign of chastity that's necessary for searching the chalice. Why is the sign of chastity a brain? Is that the game's like PSA? Is it saying, hey kids, use your brain and choose abstinence? What did they mean by this? There were other, I believe there were 3 other sign of, and like some sort of virtue that were all different brains. But the only one that made it into the game was the sign of chastity, and I just think that's very funny. Oh yeah, that's right. When you come back and defeat all the blades, you get a blorb. A blorb fragment, so that's cool. But again, you could just thrust in and out of the hole and shoot your hot mess all over the place. And reap the rewards. Look at that. Absolute. We had absolute rank there. I believe they all... Yeah, they all rush to whatever entrance. So it's a really, really, really nice place to do this if you want to spend the time. I'll do it 1 or 2 more times. Holy shit, my girlfriend ran into the lounge all scared, saying there's a weird flying thing in the kitchen, so I got up and stumbled over, and she wasn't kidding. There's a flying thing in the kitchen, I have no idea what it is. That's worrying. That's worrying. I don't know if I like that. Alright, we're gonna get Kick 13, level 1. Because Kick 13 is basically Stinger, and when you're DT'd, it becomes a big combo. We'll just stick with that for now. It's gonna be a useful tool, though. One is in fact not easy, but I'm also so used to these games. Literally mash in a way a new player couldn't replicate. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I said, I completely... I know the reason that this game is easy to me is because I've played it like a billion times and everything is just like an intrinsic concept that I get. And if you play, you know, if you play a bunch of like... If this is not your first Devil May Cry, if you play the other games and then play this, by the time you get to this, it's going to be relatively easy. At the time, though, the game was difficult because nothing played like this. And even that's another thing that I find fascinating with video games because I don't even really find, you know, a lot of people consider Code Veronica to be the hardest classic Resident Evil because it is. Because it's locked to hard mode. You can't play it on normal or easy. But I don't particularly find it that difficult encounter to encounter because I know it's jank. I know what it's about to do. So it's kind of hard to consider what difficulty a game is. And like, I don't typically play hard games, actually. I'm a bit of a little coward, you know? This weird flying thing looks like a dragonfly, but it's flying wrong and has things hanging off of it. Genuinely looks demonic. What the hell? What? That's concerning. If you can get a picture of this, I would be very interested to see. Oh, I'm also... Hold on one moment. I have some direct messages. Oh, I missed that earlier. Oh no, Takako sent a very funny Sent the horse ruining everything video. That's a good video. Me trying to explore the DMC mansion. It's true. What in the world? Okay. Yeah, Phantom definitely... The game has a weird difficulty. In that this was before we really thought about those things. Because Phantom is a huge jump. But anyway, speaking of a huge jump, there was that. Look at that segue. While Suika fights with a demonic dragonfly, we're gonna fight with just a regular demon. You use the sign of chastity. We got the chalice, the cup which held the blood of the divine dead. Oh no, he's back. With his cool-ass music. Hello. So here's the thing about, whoever this guy is. He's pretty consistently weak to getting punched. So, Ifrit's pretty good against him. That said, it's a little dangerous to fight him with the grenade gun, because he will outpace us like that. So, I might have to redo this fight. I might go, whoops! Might go a little safer and just use Alistair. But, we'll see. No. Ugh. Nope. Yeah, that I saw that coming. Didn't see it coming fast enough. That's fine though. We've got plenty of yellow orbs. It'll be okay. Everything will be okay. Well, I didn't necessarily want to come up here, but yeah, this is where we need to go. Has anyone done a no-launcher playthrough? Oh, absolutely. Some people get this weapon and immediately bounce off of it and don't like it. And it's fine. Like, I mean, again, you always have enough options in Devil May Cry to play it however you want. I tend to side with the bastard option. And in this game, the bastard option just happens to be the grenade gun. But, you know, other games, you know, there's different bastardly options you can do. But I do tend to, yeah, in this game, my favorite does tend to be the shotgun just because it's a really good all-arounder. So that's DT Kick 13. Turns into a combo, which is really cool. You know, I've never actually done the basic combo for a Freak yet on the ground. After I defeat him, we'll take a look at that. There we go. Yeah, so Inferno a couple times, that's all you need. It's really easy. The creature flew into a cobweb and died. Well, that's awkwardly synced up with what happened to Michelangelo here. Yeah, the thing with the grenade gun is that it is... Here's how I would describe it, right? And this is how I tend to go with video games. The grenade launcher is low execution, high reward. And that is how I tend to play video games, because I don't have good execution. So when we get to, you know, the day and age of real impacts in these games, I'll be doing a lot of real impacts because they're low execution, high reward. Overall, I do think that the shotgun is a little better. But, you know, you are now keeping me company on my walk. Thank you, Twitch streamer Chunionika. You know, what I'm going to say is I am glad that I am not the only one who does that. Have I taken you on a walk? I don't know if I've taken you on a walk, but I do sometimes go for a walk and have a Twitch stream open. That looks like this horrible demon insect that Suika has sent me is, I believe I can ID this. I think I know the name. No. Unless I'm incorrect. What is it called? What is it called? Crane fly. That is a crane fly. It essentially looks like a gigantic mosquito and is completely harmless, but it does look like a demon. I used to get those all the time when I lived... Okay, yes, right there. You see, yeah, it's a crane fly. Yep. Of course, God forbid anyone be alone with their thoughts. Oh, yeah. Although I try not to think about anything that's not boobs or swords, so... Yeah, mosquito hawk is another name for them. We used to call them skeeter eaters, but apparently both mosquito hawk and skeeter eater are not accurate, because I don't think they actually eat mosquitoes. But yeah, they look horrible. They're so scary, but they're perfectly harmless. It's a gold statue of a knight. It looks like something was placed here. Should I use the chalice? Of course. I exist as a sword lesbian. Thank you? You think crane flies are kind of cute? I mean, once you know what they are, they're kind of cute, but that's most bugs, right? Oh, right. This is confusing. I think I've seen, basically everyone I've ever watched play this game gets confused at this point because it doesn't really do a good job of showing you that that's where the door that opens is. C rank, we're gonna crank it. Tell myself how centipedes are helpful because they eat other pests, but they fill me with such dread inherently. To be fair, so I'm not someone who's afraid of bugs, like, at all. I think bugs are, like, super neat. But there's something just, like, eldritch about house centipedes. Like, they have too many legs, and they move way too fast, and even though I'm not necessarily afraid of them, when I see one and am not expecting it... Let's buy Magma Drive. When I see one and I'm not expecting it, it does give me, like, a little, like, ah, kind of feeling. They're very creepy. Mission 12, ghost ship. Go to the deck and head to the captain's cabin. This fucking screen, man. This screen is so funny. Let's take a look at this. Underwater controls. Oh boy. So we're going to have some underwater action here. It's not great. It's not horrible. But it's not great. My favorite thing here is most of these show the button and just say, change direction, swim, check, you know, whatever, that's fine. But Y or triangle, as it was, as I'm using, because I have a PlayStation controller, says, it quickly changes the view to the direction that the left stick is being pressed. That is such a translated text box. Why is that the only one that says it quickly... It doesn't say it checks, it swims, it changes. No, only Y or triangle. It quickly changes the view to the direction that the left stick is being pressed. Okay. Sure. Whatever. Oh, yeah. We'll do it down there. We'll show off the moves down there. Come on. All right. So that's kick 13. That's magma drive. It's a launcher. It's really hilarious. Whoops. Its range is always a little shorter than you want. But it helps fill out Ifrit's moveset. So yeah, we get kick 13, magma drive, and we get a 4-hit combo on the ground. You can charge up each hit to do more damage. And Dante, his voice clips are very funny. Yeah, Ifrit's pretty good, but I really do feel like all you really need is Inferno. We're actually going to switch here to do Sashimi, or Million Stab as it later becomes known as. These are all based on number of hits. There we go. Oh, this is the room to do the shotgun hike in, right, yeah. Well, too late. I don't think there's anything over here. So we need to get up on this ship. It's really funny that we can't use this anchor. Like, we can get all over it. Why can't we just... Okay, whatever. Guess we gotta interact with these underwater controls that are fine. By the way, this is what it quickly changes the direction to where that's what... It's just this weird jerky thing. I don't know. The underwater... It's mercifully short, is what I will say. I don't think it should be in this game. I'm glad that they don't do that anymore, but it's pretty dumb. There's nothing in the treasure box except seashells. Well, we shouldn't sell them by the seashore because, you know, the concepts of supply and demand. Oh, I've unlocked 50% of all entries for all the enemy files. And I've also collected 10,000 red orbs. Cool? TMC6 will be set completely under the sea. I don't like that. I can fly behind this ship and swim on ground. Oh, so it's like a Spyro skip. Oh, good to know. Needle gun. The only weapon that can be used underwater. So there's concept art for other weapons that were meant to be in the game. Again, we'll take a look at all of those. But the needle gun's kind of interesting. It's been left here for a very long time. Doesn't look like it's usable. Okay, sure. What's here? Is there anything here? Oh, there's a blade behind me. That's nice. Hello. Here's what the needle gun does. I don't know, like... Slight Metal Gear Solid 2 spoilers, but, you know... This is nowhere near as bad as the underwater sequence in Metal Gear Solid 2. It's just so... It's unnecessary. It definitely feels like... I don't know. I don't know. Here's the thing. I want to get more mad at the first-person inverted control scheme underwater sequence in Devil May Cry 1 because it's terrible that that exists and is here. But it's not like... It's so short. It's not worth getting mad over. It's just, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I think, you know, I am now flashing back to the amount of times, One-san, we have said that. The elongated, it's fine. And I think these underwater sequences are like the pinnacle of that. It's like, it's not good, but it's not like bad. It's fine. It's not worth getting upset. There is no need to be upset. Yep. Been rusted by the seawater. I don't think there's anything interesting here. I also think I want to have Alistair equipped. Just got to get these orbs. It's not even that many orbs, but I just like to collect shiny things. And I think maybe there's a... Is there like a blorb somewhere here? No? Can I inspect this? This is where the fire of the spirit is lit. But right now, it's sealed and can't be lit. It is not lit. It's not lit. Alright. Yeah, when we played through all these, and it's fine. It's fine, and Devil May Cry 1 is a 2001 PlayStation 2 game directed by Hideki Kamiya. It's locked shut. There's something written. I am the ship that carries the wandering souls on the brink of the underworld. Protect the ship, and you shall be given the fire of Saint Elmo. Alright, cool. What does that mean? That means we gotta fight one of these scythe dudes again. Again, it's an encounter that exists in this video game. It's a lot easier here because the environment is, you know, a square. Dante's best weapon is fighting dudes in a square. A large square, a rectangle. Inspect the door again, and oh look, we've been given the Saint Elmo fire. Death Scythe. Yep, Jigoku Kaorete Hebero-chan. No one calls it the Fire of St. Elmo, it's St. Elmo's Fire. Listen, this game was translated in 2001 by Capcom. So this boat's interesting, this pirate ship, because in Soul Calibur 2, hear me out, there's a stage that looks like this, replete with a very similar looking pirate ship. And then when Soul Calibur 3 came around, there were rumors that Dante was going to be playable. And people were using the Soul Calibur, because the pirate ship stage, I believe, returns in Soul Calibur 3. And people were using that as, like, evidence. It's weird. Well, at some point, I'll talk deeply about Soul Calibur 3 Dante rumors. Suffice to say, they were something... I mean, all there is to say is it's something one of the producers from Namco made up because he wanted to put Dante in the game. We gotta fight Griffin again. And fighting with Ebony and Ivory is better here. Because of that stupid thing. This is a weird fight. Also, look how much damage this does to him. Holy crap. Oh. He's got a big orb he opens up when he does that, and it becomes a weak spot. The problem is it's so hard to hit it that, like... Yeah. It's another weird fight. I don't know. It's not much to say about Griffin 2. Griffin 2... Sequel, way worse than the original. It happens. Wouldn't be surprised if there were like a billion references to occultism and mythology that were lost in translation. There probably is, yeah. There's probably, like, I mean, there's a lot that are there that are very obvious. But again, this... It was the... Again, if you... I feel almost like the real play order of the Devil May Cry series is to play Code Veronica and then play Devil May Cry 1, because it makes a lot more sense. Just certain ways, like, things are worded and everything's weird. Anyway, next mission. Mission 13 Abyss. Find an exit and escape from the ship. Can we power up? Can we buy anything? I would like to buy some more, like, blorbs and plorbs. 4 short of a plorb, so I'll buy a blorb. I hate... Oh my god, you're right, and I hate that. Here's the thing, Devil May Cry 1 is Code Veronica 2. You might not like what I'm saying, but it's correct. You do not need to understand any... Wait, note from management. You do not need to understand any circumstances. Play Code Veronica for this series. I think you missed a word there, but it's not necessary, but I feel like it's listen, it makes more sense, okay? Look at this. Look at this. This is super cool. Like, everything's all rocking now. I really like this. Dante is stimming again. I think there's, like, things to look at in here. There's a ventilation hole. That's a clue. There are many places marked with X's. Must have been a beautiful bookshelf, but now it's in miserable condition. I don't want to inspect that yet. I want to inspect... Look at the pirate skeleton! Look at this! This looks so awesome! It's the skeleton of the captain. Strangely, it appears as though there's a slight smile in his expression. How about this? It's a logbook. Exciting, ellipses. The Staff of Hermes! It's decorated with 2 snakes coiled onto the staff. And oh no! Of course, picking that up causes a situation to occur. Because that's Devil May Cry. You do not, under any circumstance, need to play Code Veronica to understand Devil May Cry. I mean, you don't need to, but it gives you some context, I feel. So here's something kind of fun. If we look at the captain, he's kind of wearing what we're wearing. Just slightly different color, well, very different colors. But, like, his vest with the belts across it and the way his sleeves are rolled up. I don't know why. He's, like, wearing, like, a bluish-purplish Dante outfit. I think it's kind of cool. Alright. As one son said, if there's a hole, it's a man's job to plunge into it, so let's go in that hole. And again, we do this mercifully short. Like, it's fine. I don't like this. I do not like this, and I would prefer if it were not here. But, like... I don't know. I don't know. It's okay. I feel like this is the type of thing, like a, you know... a 2010s video essay on YouTube retrospective would have been like, what were they thinking? This is like shit from an ass, you know? And it's just like, it's not good, but it's fine. It doesn't like ruin the game, you know? It's just weird. There we go. They can barely hit me, and when they do, it does such pitiful damage that it's just... It's so weird. It's just bizarre. But that's fine. We're done with it now. We're done with it now. It's over. We're only gonna have that happen one more time, and it's still very easy. We're done here! Every time, I mentioned this before, but like, every now and then, whenever I do a ride-in line, I remember that Quentin Flynn knows that I exist. Like, he knows of me, like, by the name Spike. He's aware of my existence, and it makes me feel deeply uncomfortable, and I'm like, I shouldn't do this. Anyway, we got another Blorb fragment. We're out here. It looks like the place it was before. This is what kind of looks like that Soul Calibur stage. I do like the water effect here. It's really nice. You could say he got it memorized. I get the joke. I don't like the joke, but I get it. No, I see what you did there. Let's go back to our grenade gun and just completely forget about that. Whew. You know... Hold on. Because it is very easy to... no, it's... Yeah, it's been too long since I've done it. I don't remember what I meant to do the goofy shotgun hike. That's fine. It's fine. I love that, just jumping over a dude and just shooting him with the grenade launcher. There's treasure here, but there's nothing that can be used as weapons. But Dante, money can be exchanged for goods and services. You could buy many weapons with that treasure. Mission 14, Deep Darkness and Towering Mountains. Yeah, we were in another weird little intermission there. You could buy so much pizza! Which way do I want to go? Oh, it's just this way. Radical and acro-communist Dante will not take the money. Oh my god. He's gonna regret that later in life. Just stuff doubloons into your pocket. Stuff them into your cheeks like a little hamster. You'll be glad you had him. Look at his little adventure strut. It's so... It's very funny. There's something written. The resonating emblem shall undo the seal of the shield. Emblem shield. A small shield. The emblem has the same shape as that of those sealing the doors of the... Okay. The emblem has the same shape as that of those sealing the doors of the Colosseum. A little weird way to write that, but it makes enough sense. The skeleton's arm appears to be a lever of some kind. Shall I turn the lever? Sure. How do you build a mechanism like that in? Who knows? After this gig, Dante spent all his money on double-sided, double-headed coins. That's correct. Oh no, a booby trap. Ugh. I always get hit a couple times here. This is another type of sequence we'll see in future games. weird little obstacle course, very Tomb Raider-esque. I guess there's a little Tomb Raider DNA in this game as well. Who up? Turning they lever. I mean me. It's me. It's always me. Always cranking something. Oh, this room is super rad, except there's one problem, and it's that it is so impossible to get up here. There's a bunch of secret little items. There's orbs on top of this, and there's a little platform sequence you can do. It's really difficult. The important thing is if I go in here and keep hitting the button, there it is. There's holy water. I think up there's like a... Oh, God. It's so... Oh, I hate it so much. Because I always go over it. But there's good stuff here. There's good stuff that you want. But I don't remember how to do the jump because you're supposed to put the control stick... You have to hold the X button and hold the control stick towards the pillar at a very specific inclination. And it's just so difficult to not jump over the edge, and I do not like it. Oh, there we go. Hey, I did it. So that's what you have to do to get up here, and then I believe, yes, you stinger jump. I can't believe I did that. I usually can never do that. Yeah, here we go. And you get a glorb, a yorb, and a nice view. And then I'm going to fly over to, I think... Yep, up here is a blorb fragment. So it's an interesting area with a lot of stuff, but it all depends on your skill. And I'm a bit of a scrub. Yep, Crash Bandicoot platform, gotta get the blue gem, it's true. Shout out to this game having you can only attempt this secret mission once. Oh, I don't remember that. It all depends on the skill of the runner. Hey, look at this. This is a large darkened blade. And that is what is considered to be an assault in this game, I believe. It's a rare enemy that doesn't show up very often. And it's not that difficult because we just beat it. It's a fight 3 shadow at once on the rotation hallway. Ah, right, that one. This room is pretty interesting, and it's a room that I tend to forget about a lot, which is funny because look how lavish it is. It's very detailed. And then even, like... Isn't there, like, an additional... No, I might just be thinking of this area down here. But, yeah, I don't know. It's very detailed. It's very pretty. Look at, like, the gigantic sunset. Look at that sun just eclipsing everything. Could have sworn there was, like, a lower path down here, too, but... Oh, maybe it's the next loading zone of this. I don't know. It's just a weird area. This game is filled with weird little rooms that you only see once. And then a bunch of rooms that you see a billion times, and it just... Oh, right! Look, because it's a pay-to-enter door, too. It's bizarre. This is the point of the game that is very bizarre. What's not bizarre is, marionettes. I guess it's also kind of weird because they're like, pay your way through the door. Anyway, here's a fight where you get back more orbs than you had prior. Oh, but look, there's a pay through the door up there too. Yeah, I don't know why. It's like they remembered that the first door in the game is pay to enter. and then they were like, all right, let's do that again. And I'm just like, why though? You couldn't just give me a rusty key, you know? I mean, it's different, I guess. Devil Star, keep collecting those. Again, we're gonna need them. Because there's a fight. I don't want to do well. Ooh, more orbs here. Very nice. Very lovely. You used 100 red orbs. Yeah, just like subtract 300 red orbs from me. Why? For what purpose? This herb-like vegetations... This herb-like vegetations seemed to have grown to their monstrous size due to some kind of miasma. Whatever. It won't help me at all. Nothing to inspect here. Some of the flavor text in this game is really great. Oh, this reminds me of a room from Gex 2. I'm not even kidding. You have unsealed it. See, so now we just have a you've unsealed it door. This part of the game's so weird. It's weird. And it's not even particularly padded. It's just kind of odd. Alright, next mission. Mission 15, The Wheel of Destiny. Use a shield and a pair of lances to conquer the Colosseum. Okay. Not quite enough. I need 1,500 to buy Magma Drive 2. No, Purple Orb? I think I wanted Purple Orb. Oh, there's battle music. I thought it was going to be Blades, but I think what I'm remembering is when you come back here, it's Blades. I think it goes back and forth between Cyclops and Blades. That's fine, though. I think when stuff explodes like that, also, it sometimes does damage to you. I know there's an enemy type later on that does that. So we have a choice now. We can go to either shield door. We're going to go to both. It's an emblem of a shield on the door that glows with blue light. Shall I use the emblem shield? Yes. Yes, I shall. I want you to know, by the way, since I entered this stream, I've had... There's red orbs here, there's red orbs here, there's blue orbs there, there's yellow orbs as well in my head, and I've been fighting it the entire time. Oh my god, that's perfect. Oh, your mind and soul are truly a beautiful mystery. I've had that problem sometimes if I go from playing too much Devil May Cry and then I play Sonic 3 and Knuckles, which happens more often than you might think. I've mistakenly called the game Blue Orb instead of Blue Sphere. Listen, all the best games are about collecting orbs or spheres. I just taunted. I want to be careful in this room because there's something funny. There's something funny here. Let's see if I can find it. Oh yeah, we also picked up the Luminite, a mysterious stone that shines in the dark, an ordinary stone that exists in the underworld that somehow over time gained different properties in the human world. It's a flashlight. Some sort of three-dimensional circle. Okay, there it is. So this, right over here, this blue thing, that's a holy water. It's like one of the only times you can actually see it in the world. That blue thing's a blue orb fragment. This little tiny vase here is hilarious. This is a comedy vase. I'm gonna get far away from it. Okay, hold on. I gotta aim this right. There it is! That little tiny golden vase has this gigantic orb in it. It's so funny. And I think it's worth like 1,000 orbs. It's so funny. It's my favorite thing in the whole game. What happens to a lot of people is they'll just come in and start smashing stuff up and they won't notice it. Like, they'll just kind of collect it and not really be paying attention to the fact they got 1,000 more orbs. But yeah. Yeah, it's just that little tiny, or sometimes you can completely miss it, but just that little tiny golden vase or vase. Biggest orb in the world in it. Oh, it's my favorite. It's my favorite. This thing is another rare little asset here. It fills our DT, so you can just get free heals here if you want. Vase or vase. Listen, sometimes it depends on how fancy you want to be. Depends on what neighborhood you're in, you know? Sometimes you go into someone's house and you're like, oh, that's a nice vase. Other times you're like, oh, what a lovely vase. You know? You don't want to commit a social faux pas. Or fox paws. Hey, that's poison goop down there. You don't want to touch that. I touched it. I didn't want to. How am I supposed to do this again? Kind of forgot. Oh, right. That's how I'm supposed to do this. That's why they give you the DT. Yeah. So, we're going to pick up this item. The Colosseum entrusts the Conqueror with the Lance. The Lance. The time has come, and so have I? No. The time has come to open the door. So we pick up a pair of lances. For one, actually, those are halberds. But for two, you notice it's a pair, and there's two doors. Originally, there was one lance per path, and they changed it up. We're going to get a different reward if we take the other path, but... Yep, we got a pair of lances. We cannot equip them as a weapon, unfortunately. Fox Pass, Horse Divorce. Yep. All of these, you know, a Shark Coochie board. Whoops. Don't want to run into that. I hate that one. It's not great. Oh, there we are. Yep, all these stay destroyed, so we can't get the gigantic orb again. Trying to remember, there's another one of those. There's another one of those, Oh, look, I guess that's the stone over there. It is sort of glowing on its own. There's another one of those, horse divorce. You know, things that I'll say from time to time, and I don't remember which one it is. And I don't think it's avocado and guacamole. But those are also pretty good ones. All my vase is gone. It's not bone apple teeth, but that one's pretty good too. That's an all-timer. The girls are giggling. They're having a good time. I think this was also meant to be a pair of shields instead of the one shield emblem. They kind of streamlined stuff later in this game. I would have to dig up all of the old interviews That's the other thing, too, about, like, video game interviews. So, like I said, this game started development as Resident Evil 4, but Resident Evil 4 started development as Resident Evil 3 because Resident Evil 3 started development as Resident Evil 1.9/2.1, or maybe /2.5, and Code Veronica started development as Resident Evil 2, but a port of Resident Evil 2, you know. So, like, sometimes Capcom will say something recently. Some guy who didn't work on any of these games will say, oh no, you know, they'll say something like, actually, Devil May Cry was always Devil May Cry. And it's like, no, it wasn't. No, I trust more what they said when they were working on the game than what you're saying now, guy who didn't work on the game. So it's always really difficult to get the full story of a lot of these. But, yeah, I remember older interviews talking about how many things were just sort of changed around last minute. And there's like icons in the data for the game for like slightly different key items and stuff. All your Vaesar belong to us. Now that's a good reference. Let's see. Yeah, I think that little tiny vase is only in that one room. Yep. So we got both lances. What do we get here now? Well, I am here now. I'm doing the best I can. Where are you now? Did your dreams come true? Here we go. Sparking. No. No. We get a weapon here that I never use because it's kind of the exact opposite of the grenade gun. They decided to move it here. There's another place you can get it later on, but they wanted to give, when they reorganized the puzzle, they wanted to give the player some sort of reward for doing both. So we get the Nightmare Beta. And it's a weapon formed in the underworld. Its powers are unknown. This is me getting the achievement for Gun Collector. This is the reference to the idea that Dante is heavily inspired by Space Adventure Cobra. We've got an arm gun, and you can see we feed our DT into it, and it creates this weird bounce laser. It's actually very strong. It's legitimately really strong. I'll use it for this fight, but the problem I have with it is that it uses our DT. So you kind of then have to build DT with the swords and then fire the gun. And yeah, it's really good. Like, make no mistake, it's very, very strong. But I definitely prefer... You know, I fit into a bit of a play style where I like building DT with the grenade gun and then unleashing it with a free. But that's what makes Devil May Cry so cool is... There's no one way to play these games. You can go with whatever strategy you want, whatever weapons you want. You know, whatever works best for you, and I like that. His powers are unknown and will remain that way. No, we gotta show him off. We gotta show him off. I was gonna mention that, yes, and I was actually gonna ask if at some point you could, mail me... let me borrow your physical disc of the trial version of Devil May Cry 1 so I can play it on my real PlayStation. Because I would like to show off some of that stuff. Because I think it's very interesting, especially the Nickelodeon slime health bar. Yeah, no rush, but it's something I would like to show because I remember, yeah, the filling up on orbs gives you infinite DT, and I believe, didn't you just tweet at Kamiya and ask him about that? And he was like, yeah, we wanted to put something for the players who, like, go out of their way to max out the orbs. I miss that era of Twitter. I miss when Twitter was never good, but I miss when Twitter was kind of good, and you could just, like, at video game developers and be like, yo, what the fuck's up with this? and they'd be like, oh yeah, here's what it is, yo. And you'd be like, oh sweet, thanks. Alright. It's a decoration resembling two knights. Two knights. It appears as though the knights should be holding something. Words are carved beneath the decoration. The shields that glow. See, shields, plural, with light, and a pair of lances shall lead to the battleground. Shall I use the pair of lances? Sure. Yeah, so it was supposed to be two shields, one that would let you into each door, and then you get one lance apiece. And that's just not the case anymore. Also, here's a weird asset. This thing. This would end up getting reused in Devil May Cry 2 and 3 in Bloody Palace. But right now, it's just an odd little teleportado that gets us up here. I don't know what it's for. But the Colosseum's really cool looking. You almost never come up here, so we're just gonna run around it a little bit. Appreciate the artistry, you know. And on the other side, another green orb. Just, you know, might as well grab it. Ah, you thought I forgot. No. There's a blue orb fragment there. It's weird, because you have to do that. You have to hug the wall. And get to this teleporter, because it's a little mean. Because that's going to break. That bridge is going to break, so if you don't do that now, you just miss out on that orb fragment. And let's see. Let me just get back to where we came in here from. See, you have to know that in advance, because what you do when you play a video game is you come in this door and you're like, okay, let me go here. And they give you enough time to, oh, but wait, I got in the center. So yeah, now we're locked out of getting that orb if you didn't get it. It's weird. Anyway, I can hear someone speaking to me inside my mind. Offer a sacrifice to the Colosseum. Every time I see the word Colosseum, I want to pronounce it Colosseum, like Raukau. It's a couple words that I like. I always want to say like Colosseum and Armageddon. Anyway, offer a sacrifice to the Colosseum. It shall connect the path to the wheel of destiny. That means it's Griffin 3, baby. Armageddon is crazy. Listen, when you're a very strange French-Canadian man, sometimes you say things a little oddly. Alright, yeah, so it's Griffin 3. It's way closer to Griffin 1. He's doing these patterns again. He's a little more feisty? A little more active? Doesn't really matter though, because we've got Grenade Gun, my beloved. Hey, if you think I love Grenade Gun, wait until I play RE4. Where, you cannot make me use anything that's not bolt-action rifle. I won't do it. Which RE4? Either one, man. Either one. The bolt-action rifle's the best in both of those. A literal Thunderbird, that's correct. So nice of you to join us in this game. In your Animorph form, maybe. The concept art for Griffin's actually really disgusting, too. Might have noticed he's got like a weird... He's not like a regular bird. He's got a really weird beak. And in the concept art, it's like weird... What am I trying to say? It's like weird, like chicken fetus beaks? It's very disgusting. He doesn't want to come down, so let's go up to him. Oh, I guess we could theoretically get the blue orb at this point. Now we can't, though, because... Oh, no! He broke the bridge. Yeah, see, look at all the little beaks. Also, look, it's almost like cel-shaded in the cutscenes. It's kind of weird. It's a very cool design in the in-game model, but the concept art is, like, really, really grotesque looking. Yeah, I think I'm going to fight the Thunderbird with my own flying and electricity. I think that's the way to do it. Fight fire with fire and bird with bird. Oh. He big steppy. So that's kind of the thing with this game, with my playstyle, is, I don't really style beast this game. I definitely Resident Evil this game, where I'm like, here's what you do. This is the weapon you use on this guy. You know, it's interesting because you can be a lot more stylish than I'm being. This is just the way I have the most luck. Hey, remember this animation for a future game. Not that part. Just where he's like kind of flopping. Oh no! Yeah, here he is. This will be referenced in a future game. It's important.
Yours are definitely the powers.
His voice is really cool too. I always liked how he sounds.
Even more so. But I cannot let you live. I serve my master Mundus.
You can't fight with that wound.
Mighty is the power of Mundus. Master, grant me one last surge of power. The power to finish him.
KFC'd the fuck out of him. That's pretty good.
Master Mundus.
I forgot how pained his yell there was. That three-eyed. That is completely inaudible in the original game. Yeah, the original game didn't have subtitles for the, like, human characters. It only had it for the demons. Also, look how much taller Trish is than Dante.
His heinous ways.
Their models are scaled all fucked up here in this scene.
Nothing.
Look, she, like, is taller than him. And they have to put her behind. It's so weird.
My mother used to always tell me that my father was a man who fought for the weak. He had courage and a righteous heart. In the name of my father, I will kill Mundus.
Yeah, so Mundus, he's responsible for everything, basically. Yeah, I don't know why Trish is so big there. It's weird. I think it's only that scene. That's a good scene. It's a little cheesy, as this game tends to be. Whoops. But it kind of shows you, you know, Dante is a very fair warrior type. Griffin I like a lot because he's also like, you know, oh, like, grant me the strength to finish him, and then I always like a warrior type character. And then Mundus is just a big dick. He's just an asshole, man. Anyway, the King of Avalon shall turn the wheel of destiny and take the story to the beginning land. Whatever that means, it means we got the wheel of destiny so we can go back to the castle. That's what it means. He's a short king. Trish showed up just so Dante can have a reason to give his speech, then she immediately fucks off. Yeah. Yeah, it's... The writing in this game isn't great. It's not a game you could make nowadays for better or worse. And I would love to see this story redone, Doesn't have to be a video game. I would have taken an anime. I don't know every time why we get to make an anime of a video game franchise. We don't use it as a way to just retell things in a more concise way. We always have to reinvent the wheel. Stop doing that. Just, anyway. I would like to see what something more in line with 3, 4, and 5, how it would tell this story, because, again, doesn't need to be a game. Doesn't need to be a remake game, but I would like it, not as a replacement for this, but just as if it was made in the same tone, in the same style, because it is absurd thinking that this happens a couple years after DMC3, you know? That game's writing is incredible. It is timeless. It is well written, well delivered, well acted. This game's very cheesy in a not self-aware, not intentional. It's cheesy in again, the tone of this game is a lot more like Code Veronica. And that's fine, but, as a treat. What if Devil May Cry 1 was Devil May Cry shaped? Yeah, supplemental material, absolutely. If they did a remake and Dante's voice doesn't crack, I'm boycotting it. Yeah, it's fair, yeah. All right, we're gonna continue. And look, they just give us a whole blorb here. Just a whole blorb. I don't know why. Oh, I should have powered up. That's fine. We'll get an opportunity to later. But, I would say that's the one thing is, like, it's funny because Devil May Cry 3 came out in, 3 years after this, 2004? And it feels contemporary still. It doesn't feel dated. The storytelling of this feels like an extension of a 90s game, which is fine. I like that. I'm not saying this game is, like, bad. It's just, it's like, jarring. It's a little jarring. When you're, and it can be a kind of dishonest introduction to Devil May Cry because 3, 4, and 5 are so consistent with each other tonally and just aesthetically, and then this is kind of like a goofy little, it doesn't bother me, it doesn't bother most people, honestly, but again, yeah, supplemental is the word. Look, the time of day has changed here. It's now nighttime. It looks really cool, actually. Like, look at this. Oh, this is awesome. And that's the thing. Like, I said this before with another similar shot. I like retellings of stories. It can be in the same medium or a different medium. Because I want to see what, either a remake game or an anime or a movie, like a really fancy CG movie. I would love to see this shot again, not to replace this, because this is beautiful, this is gorgeous, this is perfect for what it is. I like to see, I like to see what it could look like nowadays as a supplemental, sort of additional version. I just like things, That is a sentence. I still love this game with every inch of my foreskin. I've done a Force Edge and handguns only challenge on Dante Must Die, and that shit was legitimately a fun challenge aside from Mission 19. Yeah, it is. I'm playing it now because I love this game, but it's like every now and then there's just a scene or a moment or a shot where I'm like, I wish we could. I want to see just like a slightly more consistent version. Anyway, there's a message carved in the circle. The wheel of destiny shall guide you to the land of the beginning. Shall I use the wheel of destiny? Hell yeah, brother. I think the easiest way to put into context what I mean is that I love Metal Gear Solid 1 and Twin Snakes equally for different reasons. I think, like, anytime I talk about something... And I also love the digital graphic novel. And the regular comics, like the actual comic book version of Metal Gear Solid 1. Like, there's 4 versions of that story that I've taken in, and I like all of them. And they all have something unique. Oh, look how spooky it is in here now. So this is the Return to the Mansion segment of your Resident Evil game. And the power's out. It's nighttime. And oh, look at this. This statue is gone. Oh, there's a Blorb fragment over there. Let's just grab that, and let's just return ourselves to Ifrit for no reason. So these things here, yeah, that statue of that 3-eyed individual is gone. And now we're left with this, which is really funny because Devil May Cry 4 refers to these as a blue device. So the colloquial accepted term for this mechanism is blue device. Now here it's got blue fire, but they're almost never blue in any of these games. For some reason, that causes lightning to strike the, I believe that was also a halberd of the unicorn statue, which summons an electric bat. And oh no, it's not a bat, it's a man. It's a Cyclops man. He shoots a death beam at us. This is the plasma enemy. I want to get him on the ground. You know what? It's actually easier to do this in the next room. There's a new enemy that's introduced at this point of the game. Again, very, very Resident Evil to have a new enemy type in an old area. They're very susceptible to Ifrit attacks. And if you use Alistair against them, because they're electricity, they will multiply and grow, and they can be a pain in the behind. This room, though, we can see something. Pay attention to these animations. So there, he's doing our punch. Also, he has a short coat, like the prototype version. If I can get him to do... Okay, there's the sword. Yeah. There's the I-beam. That kick! Okay. I want him to do it again. Let's see. I'll take a little damage so we can get the animation again. That kick. Alright. So that kick is an animation that's only in Devil May Cry 3, but it started here. And its use in Devil May Cry 3 is different in the demo version from the final game, even. So it's a weird one. It's a very odd animation. That ends up being the third hit of the Beowulf combo. And... yeah, it's really fascinating that it's used here because I don't think we actually... Maybe we use it at the end of Kick 13, but isolated like that, it's never used. This is now walled off. They give the plasma enemy a voice and personality in the Netflix show. Yeah, I heard about that. I don't know how I feel about that. That's neat, I guess? I don't know. It's a little odd. It wasn't neat, actually. Oh, okay. Oh, look at this. Look at this artwork here. See how that's clearly a landscape? That's another piece of concept art we can take a look at later. But if we inspect it, there's a painting of a middle-aged man. Is there, Dante? Is there a middle-aged man? Where is the middle-aged man, Dante? I see a landscape. I see... That's actually the room where we get Ifrit, if I remember correctly. So, you know, sure, middle-aged man. Why not? Can't destroy that one. Oh, what was that? Ah, that was a big orb. Did you see it? Fell from the sky. It's weird. Speaking of weird, we got a puddle of goop here now. With a good old PS2 reflection. I love PS2 reflections. There's a strong surge of evil coming from the puddle of water. There's a voice in my head saying something. One who knocks on the gate to the underworld shall borrow the strength from the blue stone. Well, I hope you're ready for a boss fight that exists that I don't like, because it's time for Nightmare. We got the Nightmare beta. Let's see what the release version is like. Oh, he's goopy. Oh, he's so slimy. Oh no, look at these little critters on me. I don't like this boss. So Devil May Cry 1, as I've been saying, I really like this game a lot. I don't like when Nightmare shows up, because we're gonna fight this thing far too many times. Actually, you know what? Yeah. Oh, you're not gonna eat me now. Okay. This thing shows up 3 times in really close proximity. It's not a fun fight. It's not a good fight. It's not an interesting fight. It's a cool design. I don't like it. This is one of those things where I'm like, okay, does this game need a remake? No, absolutely not. No game needs a remake. Sometimes you can do a remake that's really cool and offers like a different perspective or a different experience. Or in the case of MGS Delta, is just really pretty and I like. There we go. We got eaten by the Zelda lever here. But if they were to ever do a remake of this game, I would hope they would completely redo this thing, because I hate the Nightmare fights. They're just not good, and also him capturing us and sending us to the Skullface dimension is preferable to like fighting him normally. Look, here's a big Skullface. You don't see those normally. Because look who we fight here. It's Phantom again. It's a better boss fight. So by getting hit by... Whoops. Whoops. Oh, that's not great. By getting hit by one of Nightmare's most dangerous attacks, our punishment is that we get to do a better boss fight that just does a bunch of damage to it. It's weird. It's really weird. There we go. Got a little bit of health back. And so yeah, we do that. And now I think, what, like a third of his health bar disappeared? Yeah, like, what? I don't get it. There we go. Oh. Yeah, I don't like it, and we're gonna have to fight it like twice more pretty soon. It's not... I just don't like it. I don't like fighting Nightmare. Let's get the hell out of here. Oh yeah, the appeal, like, being that it's sort of a boss rush, in a way, I think is cool. I love a good boss rush. I even love a bad boss rush. I don't like fighting the Nightmare itself. My biggest issue is that it can do... Whereas most things... Look! The orbs, they've grown strong and healthy! Look at how strong and healthy these orbs have grown. I think this is their maximum size. I don't think they can get any larger than this. But let's see. Yeah, that's 100 each. Yep, 100 each. There you go. That's my favorite thing in this game. The orbs can grow very large. I don't think they grow an additional time. I think that's as far as it goes. But yeah, I don't know. I think fighting the Nightmare itself is just not very fun because it drains your DT. It does those little machine gun shots that whittle down your health. And then it's got the big spinny thing. And it's got too much it can do. Whereas every other enemy, and specifically every other boss in this game, they project their attacks and they show you their openings and... Oh man, if I only had one more orb there, that would have been a Giga Satan number. 6665 is just not very funny. Yeah, I don't know. I think in a game that otherwise has, for the most part, pretty excellently designed bosses, Nightmare stands out as, oh, this is just kind of bad. Not the worst thing ever, but just... That's how I feel about it, is that high-pitched sound. Alright, I want a plorb, and a blorb, and a plorb, and we're gonna... That's gonna be good. Now, I'm gonna get up very quickly, again, just very briefly. Because I have to use the toilet, and I will wash my hands. Don't want to get residue on the controller. I am back. Hold on. Resident Evil 4. There we go. Nightmare is a Metal Slug 3 boss. I should not need to extrapolate further. You're correct. That is highly correct. Alright, so sometimes I eat a bag on this mission. I'm gonna try not to. Whoa. Kind of like stepped down in a really weird way there. Look at this little setup. It's this room, but it's like a little neater? I guess? No, now it's not. We're gonna break everything. I always like stuff like this, where you enter like a slightly different... And I guess this is like the past version of the castle? Because it's not all destroyed here. And I don't know, I like that. I always think that's cool. A lot of people nowadays don't like backtracking. I actually kind of like backtracking. I enjoy Metal Slug, but I've not fucked enough with Metal Slug to get that. Basically, there's a lot of projectiles on the screen. I saw a copy at Otacon. I always say Otacon like the Metal Gear character. I like, it's brain rot, man. I always want to say Otacon because I'm thinking of Hal Emmerich. Anyway, I've been wondering ever since, why does the box art say for Resident Evil? I'm really glad you noticed that because I don't hear people bring that up very often. It's weird. Why does it say? It says that on the title screen too. It says big gigantic 4 and then all lowercase Resident Evil. It's writing about the war between humanity and the underworld. There are records of many battles that were fought. There are even names of historical men listed. Oh, I always found that one pretty interesting. It's like, what do you mean? Did, like, Napoleon fight against demons or something? Like, what is this? Chilling with a friend who really likes Resident Evil and asked him, he was like, I don't know. Like, he'd never seen it before. Yeah, most people don't, like, recognize it. Like, you don't, it's not a thing that you really think about, but it always was strange to me, too, yeah, and I don't know why. I couldn't tell you. I don't remember what the Biohazard 4 logo looks like either, so I don't know if that's just a, like, Western exclusive oddity or what. But it's bizarre. Hey, at least it's not the Resident Evil 6 logo. It describes evil. The Japanese logo is the same way. Okay, well, I don't know. Capcom in the mid-2000s, they just did things. Capcom did a lot of weird things, because, like, they also, like, there's Resident Evil 0, which takes place before Resident Evil 1, and then there's Street Fighter Alpha, which in Japan is known as Street Fighter 0, and then Devil May Cry 3, like, in the opening, it says Devil May Cry 0, and then it gets cut through and it's a 3. Like, their naming and numbering of things is always very odd. Like, they'll do, because realistically, by the fact that they have a Street Fighter 0 and a Resident Evil 0, Devil May Cry 3 should be called Devil May Cry 0. They even make a nod to that in the intro, but then they call it 3. So it's like, yeah, 0 is the one with the train, yeah. And Billy! Rebecca. So you would think they would follow their own name convention, but they don't. And then you get stuff with, like, yeah, they have 4 Resident Evil. And, like, 6, RE6 is the same way. It's the big blue 6 that looks like a giraffe blowjob. And it's 6 I think 6 says 6 Resident Evil 6. The remake games are really interesting because Resident Evil 1 remake is just called Resident Evil, but the Resident Evil 2 remake and 3 and 4 are just called Resident Evil 2, 3, 4. But in Japan, they're called Biohazard RE2, Biohazard RE3, and Biohazard RE4. And, you know, I guess the English localization, the R and the E are red. Like, if you have a question about why the fuck did Capcom do this, the answer is, like, I don't... Dude, they just be doing shit. And they always just been doing shit. Yeah, Mega Man X, which is not Mega Man 10. Hey, but let's talk about the Game Boy Mega Man games that do use Roman numerals. Can we talk about that? Can we talk about how the Game Boy Mega Man games do use Roman numerals? So if you thought that X was 10, you wouldn't even, like, there's a precedent for that? Imagine naming Resident Evil 3 Resident Evil 0, meaning at one point the timeline would have been 0, 1, 4, 2. Oh, that's a good... Oh my god. Okay, Takako, I saw some people mention this, and give you misinformation. So the Devil May Cry timeline at one point was 3142. So I saw people mention that to you, that it's 3142. That is the old timeline. When 5 came out, they fixed the timeline to be 31245. Furthermore, it's not that they changed it a second time, it's they undid the change from when 4 came out, because originally the first 3 games is 312. 2 is always meant to come right after 1, but when 4 came out, I'm having a fucking aneurysm describing this. I feel like I need a goddamn chart. When Devil May Cry 4 came out, they wanted to push 2 as far away as possible. But then when they were working on 5, they realized it makes no sense to make 2 Dante be a post-4 Dante, because he's so radically different in each game that they just went, okay, 2 takes place like right after 1. Dante was just going through some shit. He's a little depressed. But the problem is there's an art book that's called Devil May Cry 3124 that is very, like, well known and widely sourced and, like, you know, oh my god, like, cited as, like, a thing. It's a fucking nightmare. It is a nightmare. Not like the nightmare we just fought, because that's a different thing. Onika, why are you like this? Well, you see, I like Resident Evil, Metal Gear, and Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for you. Anyway, let's define evil. Evil is the darkness as well as the shadows. It exists everywhere, especially in my brain when I try to describe my favorite video game franchises. Be forewarned, where there is light, there is darkness. In darkness, no shadow can exist. Yeah, one of those. There's a book that tells about ways to enter the underworld. Evil is a reflection of man. Thus, evil lurks inside the mirror. The man in the mirror nods his head. Anyway, one with devil's qualities may bring the blue stone elixir and stand before the mirror. Okay. Whatever you say, brother. We threw 2 at the end to not have to explain how he got out, and then went, well, he got out. Yeah, pretty much. I'm not a big Dark Souls guy, no. I will watch people play it, but I'm not, the difficulty doesn't really vibe with me. But I know the lore is insane, and that's more interesting to me, but I don't know if my brain could handle too much of it. Also, there's an effect missing there. Yeah, I'm more of, I think my issue with, like Souls type of combat is that I really like Devil May Cry, and I really like that Devil May Cry is not necessarily, like, difficult to succeed at. You know, like, yeah, it's a whole thing, but, yeah, I'm not a, it just kind of, it doesn't hit my neurons the right way, yeah. Okay, let's get these guys. These are frosts. They're icy, lizards, so they're susceptible to fire. Speaking of which, a game that makes you beat up a guy with a sword, and then if you hit him enough, the sword catches on fire. Now that rules, yeah. Yeah, I've watched you play Dark Souls, and I've watched other people play it. I described this once before, where it's like, there's certain games that I feel like I'm better as a passenger than a pilot. And I have definitely seen stuff from a lot of the Souls series and other games too, where I'm like, this looks really cool. I'm really glad I'm not in charge of the controller right now, because I would not be having fun. I'm more of a boojing guy like than a Souls like. That's correct. And I don't know how to feel about that statement. I don't know how to feel about that statement, but it is true that if you show me a game that plays like Buchengai, I'm more apt to want to get on the controller. And... oh no. Anyway, stay tuned for when I play Nano Breaker. Dark Souls lures insane because they flat out chose to not translate things that are flatly stated in the original Japanese for some reason, which is really funny. So they added like an extra layer of like... I can get the appeal in that, but it is very funny. Oh, I actually can get the appeal of that because like I'm now thinking about how when I was playing Metal Gear Solid 2 and like, look, it's this animated gif of this tree again also. Where I would go out of my way to like describe when something was an odd translation choice. Look at this print you can get at a Walmart also. What is that doing in here? It's so... oh, sorry, I think those are like cherubs. I thought they were like little birds. I don't know, it's a little tacky for this decor. This Dutch angle. Oh man. I forgot. Wait, immediately? Hold on, you start out? Okay, bro. I thought I had to activate you. Where's the, no, wait, where's your flavor text about, like... hold on, wait, I need the flavor text, though. Where is it? Oh, here it is. The power of the dragon has control over it now. It can't be moved. Oh, no, where's the thing about... here it is, here it is. I knew there was a thing here. I'm like... there's a, like, poem about this that doesn't make any sense. God. Moon just wanted something to brighten the place up. Yeah, that's fair. The entire decor has been tacky? No, it's been gothic and spooky, and it speaks to my chuny soul. Like, look at that masquerading individual over there. I can't tell if that's a proper dandy or a, you know, a mysterious, classy lady. It's very low resolution and they have a mask, and honestly, everyone was so flamboyant in those days with their manner of attire that it's hard to tell from just simply a bust. But I mean, there's some class to that. Look at this giant stone slab. There's class to that. Oh no, don't say masquerade and vampire here. You're gonna activate Corrin's neurons. Anyway, there's something written. The confronter of the path, Pluto's dragon. Prove your bravery with your sword, and the dragon will fall in its own flame. Yeah, what does that mean? That means, it's time to play badminton with an energy orb. Would you like to play badminton with an energy orb? So this is, it says the dragon, but it's just a T-Rex skeleton. This is another thing that I think Capcom just had, and they were like, yo, we can actually run this on the new hardware of the PlayStation 2 now. Let's put that in the game somewhere. Alright. We jerked our lever. We gave our lever a good jerk, and now it's time to crank it. Check it out. It's the Lost World light puzzle from Sonic Adventure 1. So here's the thing about this. If you have air hike, and I think even if you don't have air hike, oh no, you need air hike. If you have air hike, you don't really need to activate that. You can just get up there. It's very funny. There's two kinds of action games. Bujingais and Dark Souls. Devil May Cry, that's a Bujingai. Resident Evil 4, that's a Dark Souls. Neo looks like a Dark Souls, but it's actually a Bujingai. Sekiro looks like a Bujingai, but it's actually a Dark Souls. I hate you. I hate that I understand by the way, there's a blue orb fragment up here. I hate that I understand and that you're correct. That's awful. That's terrible. Where's this funky little platform we gotta go to? Oh. Wait, why is it so high up? Oh, I guess because we have to do this. Okay. God damn it. Okay. God damn it. See, now this is actually a Crash Bandicoot-like now. Because we gotta do this platforming. You know, sometimes his jump doesn't do what I think it's gonna do. Dante, I swear. I did the you all saw it, right? I did the dragon part real cool. Now, like, the world's most simple, like, Super Mario 64 jumps are destroying me. On my fucking life. Why is this so difficult? Here's the thing, at least there's no, like, punishment to this, you know? Aside from my own embarrassment. Like, I don't lose life, this isn't timed. There we go. It's the Quicksilver, but not that one. A crystal ball filled with mercury. The mercury has lunar powers that will open sealed doors. Sure, why not? That's vague enough of a concept that I'd believe it. Also, we use a weird glass orb to open a door, much like Resident Evil 4. That rhymed. No punishment, he says as he loses minutes of his life. Please, if I... Oh, I was going to say something. Option selecting my joke. Okay. If I was worried about losing minutes of my life, I wouldn't still use Twitter. There we go. There we go. I do believe Mercury is associated with the moon in Hermetic occultism. You know what? I believe it. A lot of moon stuff in rituals. What I like about this is that the invisible aspect isn't even a factor. Yeah, no, the invisibleness of the platforms wasn't even the issue. The issue was just I'm bad at controlling my stick. That's what she said. Anyway, the door won't... That's what she said about me? What? Does that work? Like, I don't know. Anyway, the door won't open. There's a round hole in the center. That's also what she said. Show the gem with the moonlight. Shall I use the Quicksilver? Of course. Dante sucking the mercury out of the Quicksilver like it's a demonic Capri Sun. Trish gave him $10 to do it. Oh, God. That's also probably canon. This is another room that rules. Look at this awesome shot. It looks so cool. Just like, it's just a cool room, man. Say it.
Man with guts and honor.
Yeah, guts and honor. I like that.
But it's a shame you serve Mundus.
Oh, he's so cool. And he's so cool too. Oh no! He took off his mask and his face mesh and hair mesh might be edited from Wesker or maybe Alfred from Code Veronica? I've never compared the models myself, but that's what people say. Whoop! Oh, yeah, he's probably gonna beat me. He usually beats me once or twice in this fight, the first time. Okay, let's, whoops. Let's try to, no, Dante, don't do that. Oh, look, hey, it's summon swords that he killed me with. Well, look, summon swords. Hey, we know a guy who can do those. Huh? In all caps. Was that what horrible thing did I say is that in response to? Because I said a lot of stuff. I said a lot of questionable things. Could have been any of them. We never know. All right. Let's try and pile on the damage early. Whoops! So yeah, also he gets bigger here. He's a thick boy. Actually, he's very skinny for all of that big armor he's got on. But he's a tall boy. So that means he's got a lot more range now. Oh, I love Inferno so much. Whoops! Oh man, I forgot how good this track is. I'm gonna have to listen to this, like... Oh look, he did like a Masenko or something. I don't think I've ever seen that attack. I don't remember the tail end of the fight going quite like that. But okay, cool. Anyway, we did it. We beat him, and yes, we're gonna have some David Cage tier child voice acting. My favorite Devil May Cry line coming up. Everyone talks about, and you can see it in the stream title, everyone talks about filling Dark Souls with light. No. No, this is my personal favorite.
Virgil, Dante, happy birthday.
Wow! I want chocolate!
They didn't subtitle it, though. I wanted chocolate. No, I wanted chocolate.
Virgil has been defeated.
Like, that had nothing to do with the amulets, either. Like, what? I want chocolate. No, oh no, Trish was evil also.
Yes, Master.
Oh no, what a reveal? Question mark? The plot in this game sure happens, huh? Dante, very brooding and angry. I never got the chocolate. And that's why he likes strawberry sundaes now. He was so traumatized by Virgil taking the chocolate that he had to discover a new flavor, and it is his favorite. Mission 18, Spirit Stone Elixir. Let's power up. I'm considering, I'm thinking, how much of a bastard do I want to be later on? That much of a bastard. The perfect amulet! The combined form of Dante's pendant and Dark Knight's pendant. It allows entry into the underworld. So it's funny because, again, this takes place after 3, but, like, you know, he remembers, like, happy birthday, I want the chocolate. Oh my god! But look! Our sword transforms into a spear and a scythe. That's really cool, except... Oh, and we're a bugman! So here's the thing. With Devil Arm Sparta. Man, that looks really cool. It looks so cool. It's the true form of the Force Edge wielded by the legendary Dark Knight Sparta. It automatically equips it for us. Here's the thing. So it does turn into a spear, right there, which does give you more range for your stingers and sashimi. It turns into a scythe with round trip, not with high time, but it will do that in a later game. With round trip, which I never buy, it's very strong, but I never buy it, it turns into a scythe. You can't, like, switch between forms. It's kind of like false advertising. Another thing that's kind of false advertising, look, we have no DT anymore. We can't DT with this. Also, we can't switch back and forth. I'm clicking the stick. We can't switch back and forth between Alistair and Ifrit. So what's the point of it? Well, basically it does, if I remember correctly, it does DT Alistair damage. So when I do my moves and my combos, it does the amount of damage as a Devil Trigger, but we don't get the benefits such as healing or the additional moves or anything like that. So even though it's technically an upgrade, it feels a little too much like a downgrade. You don't like the delay on the fake flashlight? I like it. I think it's kind of cute. I mean, again, it's not a real flashlight. It's a little magical stone, so who's to say? But yeah, I'm not going to be using Sparta. There's a throne where the Castellan must have sat to watch over his little celebrations and his court holdings. Yeah, so it's a cool weapon, but yeah, it's not great. Sparta's an upgrade if you don't really know how to play, and an absolute handicap if you do, yeah. Yeah, like the benefits of, like, again, even stuff like charge shots. You know, I like the secondary effects of Devil Trigger more than the power output. So it can be an upgrade, but again, you've seen how fast I've gotten DT and how I've been using it. For how I play, it's an absolute downgrade. Luckily, though, it does appear in future games. So we'll see. We'll use it in those, and it's cooler in those. By the way, we're underwater again. What are you, some kind of legendary Dark Knight up in here, huh? I don't like these things, also, so of course I'm going to stare right at them. Ew. I don't like it. There's another gross thing here. Yeah, look at that! Ew! I hate it. I hate it. But you gotta face your fears. It's time to face your fears. That's a blue orb, and that was a Sonic Frontiers reference. I gotta play Sonic Frontiers again on stream. Yeah, I'm man. So I think this is meant to be a version of that first room we fight all the marionettes in, maybe? But it's like more dramatic. I don't know. I don't know what this room is supposed to be. The reason I think it's meant to be that room is because it has the... Excuse you? It's got like these weird elevator things on the side. And the ground looks similar, but it's way lumpier. Right? Like it... That room didn't have the horsies, though. So I don't know, but this does lead to another castle room. Also, that can happen. And look at that crest again. Look at that, clearly an Umbrella logo that was slightly photoshopped last minute. Look at it. That's totally an Umbrella logo, man. Speaking of which, this lion texture on this door is used in RE4 as well, in the original RE4. And another thing from this game that's used in RE4 is the model for... Now, they didn't base it on the in-game model, they based it on these pre-renders. There are a couple dragon heads in Resident Evil 4 that are the geometry from these pre-renders. So yeah, even when they actually got around to making Resident Evil 4, they ended up using a lot of the assets from the failed version of Resident Evil 4. It's very funny. This now fills this area with water. Make sure you're staying hydrated. I might need to get some water in a little bit. I think this is just the layer I need to go to. It's timed, yeah. Whoops. There we go. I forget what this is now. Ah, right, it's the Philosopher's Egg. Material used in alchemy. Sure. Why not? Been a lot of talk about elixirs and alchemic things and all that. And yeah, so this is basically the castle again. So if you know about this door, it leads here to where we got the Pride of the Lion. Oh, it's flipped, isn't it? Look at that. It's flipped horizontally. Yeah, because that door was on the other side. I don't think I ever realized that it's flipped. Anyway, there's something engraved. Those who seek the truth shall put the egg in the basket. Sure. And warm it slowly with care until it's growing strong and healthy into a blue stone. And landmark to Rough Road. Shall I use the Philosopher's Egg? I guess, man. I do. Sure. Sounds good to me. Why not? Oh no, look who shows up. So you can lame out the fight here. Because I think it's like 5 minutes or whatever. If you just survive, eventually the egg will finish cooking. I just chopped 4 pounds of onion while listening to the stream. Hell yeah, brother. Even a one-son may cry when he chops 4 pounds of onions. Only 2 things make me cry. Onions and anime girls. And I don't see any onions around here. Yeah, again, this fight's not great. Like, it just... Because that stuff, right? It's like... I don't know, realistically, just don't stop dodging ever. Now we're gonna fight Griffin, though. Do we still have to fight the skull dudes? We do. That was a bubblegum line of all time, thank you. And I believe Roddy Piper would have enjoyed that one. Come on, there we go. Hey, Griffin. Again, yeah, you can tell I'm very sloppy when I play this game. I just sort of tank a lot of damage that I know I can make back. It's not the best way to play it, but it is the easiest way to play it. So, I mean, you know. Alright, deal some damage to this big boy. Activate that device. No. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay, we did it. Being the only person in a household who actually knows how to cook sure is fun. Can't relate. Can't relate. I can relate. Transformation is complete. So yeah, you can wait it out or you just defeat Nightmare. And then you get your egg. Strange voice from the transformed stone is echoing inside my head. A lot of voices in our heads lately. I am the first kid. You know, this happens to me. Sometimes I just get voices in my head that tell me they're the first key to opening the gate of the underworld. And that's why when I go for a walk, I have to open up a Twitch stream. Because if I don't, I start hearing, you know, getting thoughts about the second key residing in the mirror dimension, and, Anyway, the elixir. It's the metamorphic form of the philosopher's egg. You can unseal the spells of the mirror. Okay. Good night. Fight Nightmare a second time and prevail. That's not a very cleverly named achievement, I don't think. Good night. I don't know. Time for the next mission. Mission 19, enter the corrupted world. Alright. Boy, it's tempting to just get more of these. Oh, wait. I'll try to get another plorb. Mission start. Trying to remember exactly where it wants me to go now because it's very strange. This part of the game, again, like the castle revisit is odd. Honestly, I feel like the only progression that's kind of normal is the first castle, you know, like Mansion 1. Everything after it's a little silly. The elixir's responding... The elixir is responding strongly to the other painting. Let's go! Oh look, we're back here. Except this is walled off. The doors vanished due to evil powers. Scary. Ellipses. Lorb fragment. Whole blorb. And now up here, oh, come on, is an untouchable. And it's either up there or mayhaps in this version of it, but that's where the Nightmare Beta, it'll appear either on the bed here or the Nightmare bed we're about to go into. Oh, hey girl, you want to hop in my Nightmare bed? I don't, that's terrible. Yeah, they moved the, Nightmare Beta to this part of the game if you didn't pick it up earlier. Since I picked it up, I don't know, maybe that Untouchable is what replaces it? Anyway, the mirror is responding to the elixir, and its reflection is growing eerier. Alright. And now it's time for Motion Sickness World. Oh, I hate it. Oh, why does it do this? Okay, let's check the bed. Oh, is it just, maybe it was the Untouchable it replaced it with. Or maybe it's just nothing. Maybe you get nothing, you lose. Good day, sir. Let's head out to these doors. And, oh, look it. Well, we got some nice golden trim. But there's some horrible, horrible faces down there now. That's not great. Whatever. Let's just grab the Philosopher's Stone. It's the key to unlocking the gate to the underworld. You know, that's what they all say. Come on, man. Oh no! Get a load of these things! Which scared the shit out of me the first time I played this. I do not like their noises. I do not like their animations. That said, hey, would you believe when this was Biohazard 4 that these were meant to be, like, basically G-Creature infused liquors? Would you believe that? Because, boy, they sure look like G-Creatures, huh? Oh, I hate it. I hate it. How can you not like their noises? They're having fun. I don't like it. I do not like it. And the music here not really being music, like it's not the guitar shredding and like, you know, like synth, like, you know, dark wave or whatever the fuck we call it nowadays. Everything was just called techno back in the day, but it's not the typical Devil May Cry music either. It's just like really, really creepy and I hate it. Like these faces, oh, I hated it here so much. Hey, if you play this on the PlayStation 3 version, that effect is completely broken. And also, it still looks better on the PS2 version. I can feel an enormous surge of evil deep within the whirling dimension. But it would seem that I cannot travel there from where I am now. Okay. It's not Darkwave. Man, I don't know! Everyone just started making up genre names, and I'm old, okay? Darkwave is the Batman and Robin animated series on the Genesis OST. I think you just wanted to bring up that game again. I think that's what that was. I don't know if I trust your expertise on this one. The ground actually isn't moving. That's just an overlay effect that happens when I walk to make it look like the world is warping around me. It looks really cool, though. But yeah, it's all like, and I can tell, I don't know if you can see it on the stream, but the game is significantly less crisp now. Crisp Yukine. And you can see a little, sometimes there's a little distortion at the bottom of the screen. But yeah, it's like an overlay effect. It looks really good, though. Like, it legitimately... Yeah, look, when I stop moving, it still happens, but it's not as pronounced. Is Batman and Robin, the animated series on the Genesis, a Bujinkai or a Dark Souls? Is this the new dichotomy? Is this the new way we discern things? It is very effective, though. Like, the effect is really good, because it looks like the geometry is moving. It's just a filter, though. They did a really good job with it. It gives me motion sickness, also. Okay. So, the only way I know how to get... First off, isn't there something up here, too? Isn't there something, like, in all of these? Oh, look at that horrible face right there. Oh, that's... Ew. Alright. Well, here's the easy way to get this. Oh, and you might have seen for like 1 frame there, the effect disappeared. When I hit the button, it might not be there and then come back. Let's see. Yeah, it was gone and then it came back. Okay, and there is a an orb fragment up here. I just saw it. Which means I have to do one of these jumps again that I hate. I hate it. I hate it. I hate these jumps because they're so awkward. Not be able to do it. It's... Oh, right. It's... No, wait. I think I remember this. It's like a bizarre, like you have to jump away and then towards it, right? Oh, I don't remember. I might just... Oh! That looked close. Some of these are evil. Some of these are truly not okay. Oh, God. Alright. We're just gonna miss out on that one. Because I don't want to deal with this visual effect anymore, honestly. Okay, we're out of there. Yeah. Time to go back. Oh, right. These do fall. Kind of forgot about that. You gotta be so precise with the angle on your jumps, man. I prefer having my shotgun here, but you know what? Helmbreaker, just as good. Alright, they shoot out ice! I just forget about that, and they go, ah-cha-cha-cha-cha. Ah, that Dante's a real bonehead. Remember these jokes I was making in Snake Eater? It's the same bit all over again. This game's soundtrack is classified as dark electronic, I guess. Yeah, I knew it was going to be dark something. I knew like nowadays they would classify it like that. I'll take it. That's fine. Again, EDM, you know, that's not what we called it back in the day. We called it techno. And when people started saying EDM, I'm like, what? What? Electronic dance music? Yeah, we called it techno because techno sounded cooler than saying electronic dance music. Now techno is cringe and EDM is based. Anyway, there's a surge of evil. It's starting to activate. Okay. Get ready for this animation. Boop. I love it. The music is classified as erotic. You know what's not erotic is this effect again. The evil darkness is whirling, with its mouth open. This must be the gate of the underworld. Exciting. Ellipses. Shall I use the Philosopher's Stone? Hell yeah. Most music genres are fake. Yeah, it's true. The only thing faker than video game genres is music genres. It's true. Listen, sometimes you want the music that goes like boop beep ba-doop boop boop, you know, and other times you want the music that goes like and like it's a different genre, but sometimes it does both. And sometimes you get an electric guitar in the background, but a violin in the foreground, and I go, oh man, it's just like Sonic Unleashed. Getting real Sonic Unleashed vibes from this track. Anyway, next mission. What am I talking about? Don't worry about it. Just worry about the showdown with Nightmare. Head to the place of sacrifice. Like, can I buy anything more or, probably not. Let's see. I don't really need any of these other moves. It's so funny because other Devil May Cry games, I'm like, I need my moves. This game, I don't really need my moves. What genre does my song file under? It's a bunch of bees and a nail gun going off occasionally. Bees? Are you telling me that right about now, it's time to get down with the biggity Buck Bumble? Buck Bumble? Is that what it's time for? Sorry, the lyrics are right about now, it's time to rock with the biggity Buck Bumble. My mistake. Anyway, let's start the mission. Welcome to hell. It's a lot of gross organs. It's pulsating. I don't like it. It's very distinct and very gross. Oh, hi. There's frost demons here, apparently. This is what Ant-Man sees when he finally does the thing everyone keeps saying he should do. I mean, Dante did fight Thanos once. And Ruben Langdon was in Ant-Man. Very briefly. He was one of the security guards. Wasn't Tim Heidecker in the second Ant-Man? Just like for 1 second, he's just like there. That was weird. Movies are weird. Oh no! Whoa. Whoa. Why didn't it subtitle that?
Dante!
Yeah, I think it was on like a boat.
Dante! Help me!
He was like on a when they like shrunk a building, I think he's like given like a tour guide on a boat. Giving a tour guide? He is a tour guide on a boat. Sorry, I'm a little stressed out because I have to fight Nightmare again for the 3rd time in like 20 minutes.
Trish, stay back!
Alright, come on, eat me with the pudding thing. Come on, there we go. Check out my newest song, it's Electronic Sobbing. This is word for word an Undertale bit. It is! That's some Napster Bloop beats right there. Wow, we're pulling out all the weird references, huh? I always liked this skull a lot. It kind of looks like... I mean, honestly, it kind of looks like Gray Fox. But it shares some design traits with Nightmare. Look who it is! No thanks, bro! Whoop. Wow, you're way easier in this, dude. I can't believe I dodged that with that. That was embarrassing. Virgil, come on. By the way, you're Virgil. Yeah, I mean, we established that. We don't really have a reaction to him showing up here. Kind of weird, but okay. I was watching someone play through Undertale recently, and I got to see the most relatable line from it once again. After a big meal, I like to lay on the floor and feel like garbage. Hell yeah, man. Is it like an illusion, though? Like, I don't really know what, like, I don't know if there's any context given to that. To that encounter. To these encounters, really. Like, is it like a, because he's a demonic machine. Is it like a weird simulation or something? I don't know. Hey, here's a good thing we can do. We can check out, whoops. Let's see. Let's see if there's any context. Nightmare. It's a bioweapon created by the Dark Emperor. Its properties consist of inorganic substances. Like a machine, it obeys the commands of the Dark Emperor. Whether it has a consciousness or not is not known. The embossed circles on the floor are restraining tools used to restrain the nightmare from overriding. Yeah, so could you tell that this started as a Resident Evil monster? It's referring to it as a bioweapon with restraining mechanisms. Once the nightmare is restrained, it will encase itself in a hard armor. It's even written like a Resident Evil, like, data file. But it will show its core from time to time, almost as if it's breathing. To damage the nightmare, it will have to be in this form. When you are surrounded in its gel-like form, you will be teleported into an evil dimension! You must destroy the evil spirits that rule the dimension! Okay, the evil is a reflection of Dante's trauma that rests in his subconscious. It's trauma! The round attachment on its body acts like a machine gun and fires small energy forces. The energy of each hit is small, but when hit repeatedly, it can do substantial damage. Avoid getting close to its sides whenever possible. Its defensive reflexes will activate. A spear-like object will thrust out to eliminate whatever's in its way. If you time your attack with sufficient impact, you'll be able to create a chance for offense. Oh, interesting. The black gel-like things that it releases will wreathe themselves? Okay. Onto the prey and freeze them. Wiggle the left stick to shake them off. The homing projectiles can be shot back with your guns. Oh, I didn't know that. Once the missiles lose their target, they will return to Nightmare's core, damaging it. Ah, okay. The Nightmare possesses several cores. Each time a core is destroyed, its self-defense mechanism activates, and its attack formation will change. Watch closely for the attack formation changes. The core has the power to absorb magical powers, power of the power, but it does not, and it does not exclude Dante's powers. If it starts to absorb, damage the core to stop absorption. When it absorbs enough magical powers, it will activate its own Devil Trigger and start attacking with tremendous force. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I remember back in the day, I, like, read all... What? Eh? Huh? Eh? I see, so it's like that. I see.
Devil May Cry HD collection.
Oh yeah, I saved. I'm old. I save... Oh, but look! Wait, hold on. Okay. Okay, the sound's working. Yeah, I saved. No worries. No worries. It's fine. I'm old, so I manual save all the time. See? No problems. Everything's okay. Don't read the enemy files, though. Oh boy. Don't do that. Devil May Cry HD Collection is a port of the classic 3 Devil May Cry titles by Neobards. You can play it on your personal computer if you want. I honestly, okay, context for everyone here who's not Takako. By the way, everyone should follow and subscribe to Takako. If you think I'm, like, good and fun to watch at anything, you're wrong. She's way better than me. But, for peeps who are not Takako,
Dante!
she had way worse crashes than I did,
Dante!
if I remember correctly. I believe you had to redo, like, large chunks of a couple missions due to not manually saving. I think in 3, didn't you have a crash and you had to redo I don't even remember. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure that happened to you at least once or twice, so I think it was at the end of your first DMC3 stream, I want to say. We mostly watch you because you're so attractive, Onika. That's just not true. That's just not true at all. Anyway, yeah, I think everyone I've watched play this version of the game, the PC HD collection, had way worse crashes than that, so it's fine. It's fine. Oh, you thought you saved and you closed the game. Okay, okay, that's right. That's right, okay. I thought that was a crash. What is this? What is he doing there? Okay, I was wrong then. I remembered that being a crash. He got a little too spooky. Yeah, it's fine though. I save every mission in Devil May Cry, so like it's because of old force of habit. So it's fine. We just gotta do this. We just gotta fight Nightmare again regular. Just don't read the enemy files. Don't read the cool lore. That's really interesting. Because that's just too much for 2025 personal computers to handle, I suppose. Dude, can you knock it off with that? Lock and load is aggro tech. Is that the music they play when you scale the aggro crag in Nickelodeon Guts? So here's the thing, yeah, there's this part of the fight. So I might have to use that Vital Star. Also, Trish is about to say a line here.
You fool! You're so easy.
What?
Trish, you?
What do you mean I'm easy?
Humans, what sweets.
Humans, what
You should
sweet,
know better
what?
than to trust a stranger. Your presence has become a hindrance to my master's bloody scheme. Now die!
What and why was all of that? Okay, hey, can I, yep, we're gonna... Yep, there we go. Boy, Trish, those sure were some lines you said. Just calling her a slut. Hey, like, she called us easy. There's only so many things that could mean. Can we just... Come on. Oh, it's that thing again. It's the wacky thing. It's the wacky thing I don't like. Come on, come on. Come on, only a couple more hit. No, all right. That's fine. We should be okay. We should be okay. I just need to... Oh. What? I forgot it does this. Right, that's why I hate Nightmare, because it's a liar, and, I really don't want to redo this. Bad use of the untouchable, I'm aware, but I don't care. This really is just a tokusatsu show as a video game, just the way the characters talk and gesticulate in cutscenes. Oh yeah. No, it absolutely is. It makes sense, too, given, again, like, all of the mocap and voice actors in the later games. It works, though. Tokusatsu is a good, like, aesthetic to apply to, or, like, a good type of storytelling to apply to any aesthetic, I guess I would say. No, here we go. Right, that's why I hate Nightmare, because he's Nightmare. I forgot. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the controller vibrates when he dusts off his coat. I love that.
Dante! Dante, why did you save my life?
Because you look like my mother.
Mother.
Now get out of my sight. The next time we meet, it won't be like this.
Dante!
Don't come any closer, you devil!
Say it.
You may look like my mother, but you're nowhere close to her. You have no soul. You have the face, but you'll never have her fire.
You have the face, but you'll never have her fire. What a line. That one's all right. Nightmare and the guy from Soul Calibur walks out. Okay, so that... Oh, God. Why would you word it like that? And what? Anyway. We got a D rank because we used too many items. That's fine. So Nightmare... And just in general, Soul Calibur and Devil May Cry were very funny to me. Because... in Soul Calibur, you have a character named Nightmare who looks kind of like Nilo Angelo and uses a sword that looks oddly like Sparta. And this game came way after that. So it's like, what is up with that? Soul Edge and Sparta being visually so similar, and even like, kind of lore-wise kind of similar, it was always bizarre to me. Why are his rules like this? Why are they formalized?
And of course, rule number 7. If you lose a fight, I will have to skeletonize you. That's just how it works.
Yeah. I know I just saved it, but I'm saving it again. Yeah, it's weird. It's genuinely weird that he words it like that. Like, you know the rules. Like, what? You made those rules up. They don't have to be the rules. Hey, look, and I can buy back that untouchable. That's what we're gonna go with. Fleshy Bays fleshy babes, fleshy blades were in the zeitgeist at the time for sure. That's definitely true, yeah. Look at those skeletons. Look at the skulls there. That's pretty cool. They're like skull orbs. I know there's a secret mission somewhere in this that you can get the Bangle of Time, which freezes time, in exchange for Devil Trigger, and has a repeat appearance of the T-Rex skeleton. I don't remember exactly where that is. At some point, I'll probably do another run of this, because again, I quite like this game. Trigger-pilled Devil Maxer. Listen, I am here to play Devil May Cry today, okay? I am not here to play Star Fox. More accurate would be to say I am not here to play Space Harrier. So, you know. I just hit this, like... Yeah, I have to go on that upper one now. Also, yeah, big gross heart here. This is a cool place. Genuinely, the art design of this game is really, really spectacular. So one thing I'll say about this that I massively prefer about Devil May Cry 1 to the later games, oh look at that, holy water, is I think 3 comes really close, but I think 4 and 5, environment-wise, just aren't quite as good as this. Like, look at that! Look at that! That's so cool. Whoa. Excuse me? I don't think I've ever seen that. What is up with you and the Batman and Robin? What is this? Corin, you start doing bits sometimes that I don't understand, and I'm not sure if it's like... I don't know if I'm supposed to understand it, or if the bit is that it's incomprehensible. And then I wonder, maybe that's the bit. Maybe the bit is to keep me guessing. I guess that was just a wrong way. Also, yeah, hey, Devil May Cry 3 has a room very similar to this. You're meant to use ebony and ivory here, but I don't want to do that. Not everything's a bit? I don't believe you. Wait, they don't look like bits to you? It's always like this for me. It's always a bit. I've lost myself to my memes. Anyway, here's more of these guys. I still hate them. They're still ugly. What is this? Not everything's a bit. Yeah, see? See? So it's funny because when we end up redoing this in DMC3, wow, that was pixelated in my screen. They even make us fight some aesthetically similar enemies in a place that looks very aesthetically similar to this. I think it's neat. I kind of like that. I always like, you know, mimetic returns to prior areas. It's just like Raccoon City all over again, sort of, you know. I don't think they're bits, but just Corin's authentic neurology. I mean, that's the thing, right? With me, everything is a bit. There's truth to the bit, but I'm usually, like, hamming it up, like... You know, like, I go a little extra for comedy's sake, even when there's truth there. Hello? But then, you know, I don't know, sometimes it's just never a bit. Like, it was never a bit. It was always just a genuine thought, and that's hard for me to comprehend, because I'm like, what do you mean? You know? I guess not everything's a bit. I don't know. Now I'm second guessing like my entire... I'm not here to have an existential crisis. I'm here to play Devil May Cry, sis. Is this anything? The sound that makes is so funny. The only bit that's not a bit is the bit that's bit is not bit is being a bit. You know what? So true, Oomphy. The texture work here is really good. Like, PS2 games didn't always have textures this nice. Certainly not like with all these animated and like glowing effects. Spike is, it's all a bit. Corrin is, nothing's a bit. And I'm over here like, I lost any sense of what to do as a bit and what isn't. Oh, of what I do as a bit and what isn't. Yeah, I'm like, the reality is that's where I am, but leaning a little closer to, it's all a bit. I don't even know. I don't even know anymore. But most of it's a bit. I'm one song. Wow, that's nice. That's cool. I am Onika, or Spike, or Squidman, or Chuny Onika. But not just Chuny. Don't call me Chuny. That's not my name. You can call me Chunika if you want. Some people like that for some reason. You can call me Chewy Onions. That's another one. It's a descriptor. It is a descriptor. It's the type of Onika that I am. That's why I love Devil May Cry so much. Chewy onions. Okay, what the hell can we buy here? I can't afford any of those, but I can get some holy water. We can get some yellow orbs. Like, there's not much more we can... Let's just go with it. Anyway, Mission 22 Legendary Battle. I like this picture. This is a cool picture. It's kind of a spoiler of what we're about to see, but I don't know, it's cool. The Joker, I wouldn't even know what to do with a plan, but swap plan with a bit. Ugh. Do I have any water up here? Do I have just like a little... Lightly touch. I do. I have a water bottle. that I didn't finish earlier. Alright. Time to start this legendary battle. This room rules. It looks so cool. This blew my mind as a kid. It was one of those things where, again, when you're a young, impressionable Chuny, and you're like, whoa, what if, like, hell was heaven? Whoa, that's deep, bro. We got a slow walk for dramatic effect. It looks great, though. This is, again, one of those rooms that just gorgeous PlayStation 2 room. Oop! Why'd he do that? Now I'm an old and impressionable Chuny. Yeah.
Again, I must face a Sparta.
Strange, isn't it, OVA Sonic?
Strange and ironic that it will end the same way.
Soul Calibur fight room. Yeah, it really is.
Look there.
Oh no. Mother.
Trish!
I mean, Trish.
Think about it. Blink. She
Now, is it ironic? I don't know. It's not strange and ironic if it ends the same way. It's like coincidental. Dante sure gets penetrated a whole lot, huh? It's kind of the exact opposite of ironic. Are they stupid? Listen. Oh, my controller's going nuts. Oh no, but look! Oh, because we saved Trish, now she wants to save us. And that's fine. That's a good storytelling moment. It's just how we got here wasn't, you know.
But taking an odd behavior like that.
You know.
What is the matter? It is time to end your pitiful life.
I do love the portrayal of the, you know, the prince of the underworld, the king of the underworld, basically being a big angelic statue.
How much longer are you going to keep zapping? Come out and show yourself, Mundus!
How much longer are you going to keep zapping? And then, of course, like, his true form being even more angelic. And having, like, a big, like, beard. Like, it's cool. Again, it's very Chuny. It's very, you know, to be like, whoa. Whoa. What if, like, the devil was God or something, bro? And, you know, I kind of say that in jest nowadays, but I still think that's really cool. But look, he has no heart. He's heartless. We find him in space for some reason.
Those eyes. Deep in them, I see the same light as in Sparda's eyes.
Why my mother?
That useless being. If you need a mother, I can create it. As many
That's not even linguistically proper and doesn't make any sense.
Silence!
It's fine though, because it's about to get real cool, except it's not. It's about to turn into... I mean, it's just about to turn into Space Harrier. When I said heartless, I meant literally as in he has a gaping hole in his chest, not as in a Kingdom Hearts reference. Look, we get our DT now! We're Sparda, we're the Bugman! Oh, it's so cool, except it's, again, it's gonna play like Space Harrier, so it's a little weird. Alright, so here's what you do in this fight. Your controls are inverted, which I hate. And it's Space Harrier right down to the fact that, yeah, you have to mash. You can't just hold the button. So after a while, you get a bunch of DT, and you do this to summon Puff the Magic Dragon. And it does damage. And the more DT you have, the more damage it deals. This is why you want a bunch of Devil Stars around here. Jesus. Because this kind of sucks. It's not great. It's literally named Puff, yep. Yes, that wasn't a joke. That wasn't a bit. That's real. Yeah, let's just do that again. Again, game gives you the ability to do this. Game wants me to do this. By the way, I hit him there with the melee attack you can do, which is triangle. You do like a vortex move. It can hit him when you pass by him. It does a lot of damage. Kami has spent his career obsessed with making something that could capture the feeling of Space Harrier and got worse at it each time. Yeah, I mean, this feels like... this is definitely just Space Harrier. I like Space Harrier. I like it when I'm playing Space Harrier. Or when I'm playing Yakuza. and I go to the Sega arcade and play Sega games. So this looks awesome! Oh, he's so cool! Look, now we actually get to Sparta DT and we shoot Vegeta Blast at him. Gotta jump up here, though. Hopefully, he's gonna actually target his chest, please. Whoops! Let's just use that untouchable. Yeah, so I cheesed these last two fights because I'm gonna be real. They're not great. Again, game lets you do it, man. Shooting those orbs gives you magic power to fill your DT with. Again, though, we just have it. Oh boy, that's going to do a lot of damage. So let's use this. And hey, I don't know what this does against him. Let's try it. Item spam like it's an RPG. Not much. Didn't do a whole lot, but that's fine. Boy, we sure are fighting the egg golem here, aren't we? Yeah, let's just, hey. we got plenty. We got plenty. Yeah, Devil May Cry evolved out of survival horror, which is very item-based, so, you know, we're allowed to do this. We're allowed to do this. It's fine. It's fine. We did it. We cheesed him with a bunch of items. Okay, here's the scene. Here's the scene you all wanted. Music here's pretty good.
My mother risked her life for me.
Like, this is good, right? The delivery's really funny, but, like, I don't mind this part. It's just a lot of the rest of the game is really silly. Whereas then you get to something like 3, 4, and 5 where the story's, like, good.
I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light!
Peak cinema. It's not like, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine when you remember it was like a near launch title for the PS2 and, like, you know, wow, that's kind of erotic where those
This was my mother's.
chains went.
Now I'm giving it to
Did you have to put it like that? Did you have to do it that way?
My father's also here now. Rest in peace.
So hey, did you know, like, hell in this game is basically an equivalent? Oh yeah, look at the cool clear art though. Oh, that's awesome. Anyway, did you know hell in this is basically the equivalent of, like, the lab in a Resident Evil game? So, you know what's gonna happen next? The lab's got to explode and we've got to escape. That's what happens in Resident Evil, which this totally still is. Also, yeah, 23 missions? Weird number, but like I said, the missions were added late in development. Later games would standardize it to a nice round 20? It could be cool if Trish was remotely a character and if 85% of Dante's feelings for her weren't, I'm gonna say, mother. I'm not gonna read what you said. Yeah, I mean, the concepts work. Oh yeah, I think I can inspect. Trish, ellipses. The concepts work. It's just, again, the execution is a little... could be a little better. But the overall, it's good. I really ended up... Trish is fine in this game. I think she does get better in later appearances, even though she doesn't do... Arguably, she has less screen time. But her personality, I like more. And her relationship with Dante, I like more. I won't say what it is, because we'll get there. But, you know. I think Trish is actually a very fascinating character. But, yeah. As far as this game goes, a little underbaked. Trish is cool, but you do have to watch the anime to get any idea about how or why that is. Yes. Yes. Unironically, the old Devil May Cry anime. The actual anime, not the Netflix show. Oh yeah, look at this. There's like a... What is this over here? Untouchable. Nice. Yeah, like, in that... that kind of repaired Trish as a character. Alright, let's get the hell out of hell. And let's get on this goofy little eyeball platform. Oh, come on, show me the eyeball. Ah, it's not gonna show me the eyeball. You'll just YouTube poop me into saying a different phrase there? Okay. Hey, let's not fight these guys. Yeah, Trish is basically Dante's girl failure older sister. It rules. I actually really like... I really like what they end up doing with... again, I'm not going to say much, but like 4 and 5, how they end up handling... do I have to kill these guys? I do. How they end up handling the Dante and his sidekicks, I really like. I genuinely think it's really... It's very cute, it's very respectful, and it's a lot more interesting than just, you know, going like, well, boy and girl must be involved heterosexually and procreate. You know? They actually, you know, boys can have friends that are girls. It doesn't have to be weird. Whoa. Whoa! There's a pixel-perfect spot that can teleport you to the end door for some reason. I did not know that. Anyway, we're back here in the sewers. I'm worried about that word, but it's not even close. Listen, it's different when I talk about, like, how I'm wiggling my stick and I'm cranking it and I'm shooting my hot load all over. That's different. That's different because I'm making the joke. But people get weird about certain familial terms.
Dante.
Look at his textures. His textures are really cool.
This is where you will die.
I'm not going anywhere. Besides, there's no place to go. Look around. This will be your burial ground as well.
That's pretty cool. I still like that. All right, let's do a bunch of damage to this guy. You only want me to say it because I so clearly refused? Yeah, exactly. And I can torment you guys as a treat. You know, I don't always have to sit here and be bullied. Look how gross this is also. Like, I guess this is Mundus's true form? Is like lava and hands and eyeballs. It's super gross. Again, it's very cool, like, you know, the angelic exterior and then the truly monstrous interior. It's cool.
You'll be okay. You can do it.
What? Mother.
Mother! Oh yeah, look at her just flipping in. She's so sick now. Hell yes, I'm gonna use your power. What happens when you combine the power of two demons? Oh man. Trying to show you what he's made of, as in trying to reach inside of me, trying to drain my energy. Let me show you just what I'm made of now. Anyway, feed your power and Trish's power into your guns, Ebony and Ivory, then use your Devil Trigger and blast a big shot into Mundus. So in the original version of the game, this was going to be like a laser cannon you got, that maybe is what Nightmare Beta turned into, but then they decided it would be cooler to have Dante use his original guns that were like, you know, like part of him, who he is. So it's like he's got the power of his father, he's got the power of his mother through Trish, and the power of himself. And yeah, you know. It's symbolic. Anyway, we need some DT. And
It looks like we have a winner.
Jackpot.
yeah! Oh, I love it. It's peak. It's still peak. Even though the audio is so quiet for these pre-renders. Why is it like that? I need that Trish line on a soundboard. Oh, that is a good one for that.
Give my regards to my son, will ya?
No, Dante. No. That is a good one. Looks like we have a winner.
Trish.
See, now look, Trish isn't like a million feet taller than him. I don't know why she was taller than Dante in that one scene. It's super weird.
Dante.
So,
Trish.
this is
Devils never cry.
where I think Trish is actually a genuinely fascinating character.
Tears are a gift only humans have.
She was a demon made by Mundus to just look like Dante's mother to manipulate him. But she gets a soul. She gets, like, emotions and becomes... Essentially, she's a demon that ascends to humanity? I don't know, it's a really interesting idea that's just kind of not really explored much in this game. Anyway, here's the tornado.
And we humans never give up. Are you ready?
Yes.
So get ready for Sky Chase Zone from Sonic Adventure. In this scene, she's too short. Yeah, her height is an anomaly.
Let's rock.
Let's rock. Trish is the inverse of Flan from Disgaea. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the idea of a fallen angel is explored a lot in just media and theology. It's not often you see, like, what I could only call is, like, an ascended demon. So I think just conceptually that makes Trish really interesting to me. Also, she is pretty hot. And she's, like, really fun to play as in DMC 2 and 4. We did it! We used the tornado to escape, Angel Island? And the exploding death egg. I leave for 2 seconds to eat dinner and you're already flying the damn plane. Well, you came back to the best part. I mean, you're gonna get this absolute banger line. So, did you really miss anything?
The sky. So clear. So blue.
The sky is fair. It'll always be above everyone's head, no different.
Like the sky. I feel like my heart is becoming...
Oh, they were trying so hard. They were not cooking. And they were almost there. Like, they were so... It's almost there.
Let's not forget, though, the Underworld's evil is still alive. They will someday return.
There's no need to worry, right? Because the world has the legendary Dark Knight Dante and his son.
But then why would you call, and he's just like, yeah, all right. Why would you assert yourself as a sidekick? You know? I don't know, that's one of those lines where I'm like, you needed like one more, oh look, this gets undone, that's fine, don't worry about it. You needed like one more draft of that final part, you know? And it's fun in a cheesy, like they didn't know, goofy kind of way, but... Because she's just a funny girl? Okay. Oh, look, now she's taller than... Look how much taller she is again! Look, look, look! Why does that happen? Team Little Devils are all these fine people. Hey, thank you for making Capcom. Yeah, so that's DMC1. We're not quite done with the stream yet. Couple more things I want to look at. Oh, look, they literally call it Castle and Garden. That's funny. Slums. Oh, I guess just like Dante's, the city streets. Also, look at these sword dance motion capture in the background. It's, oh man, this game rules. It's still, you know, here's the thing, right? 3, 4, and 5 are more tonally consistent, and they're much more action games. This is definitely, you can, especially if you know your Resident Evil, you can tell that this is a weird experiment that led to something greater than the sum of its parts, is what I would say. You can't do this anymore, right? You can't fuck up a game nowadays and end up with a different game that also rules. So in that way, as goofy as a lot of the lines in the story are, like, I'm glad that this is a game that Capcom has done, aside from the crash we got, you know, a decent enough job preserving in its original form. Because I think this is a game that you kind of have to go back to. You know, you have to be like, okay, what if I was, like, not quite a teenager in 2001, as I was not quite a teenager in 2001, and play it, and then you can see how it did irreparable damage to my psyche and my, I mean, again, like, you can't really see it here, but, like, Poco here is very Devil May Cry inspired. It even says, Demon Must Die on her shirt. DMD. Like Dante Must Die. You know? It's a very, formative game if you were there at the time. And even if you weren't, if you can just put yourself back in the time period, it's really good. Trish and Mother. Yeah, so Dante's mom wasn't named by this point, I don't think. At least not in-game anywhere. So I still love it. And the thing is, as you can see, like, I kind of played it more like a Resident Evil game than a Devil May Cry game. Because for me, that's how it's the most fun to play, is, you know, cheese as much as you can, and, you know, get your items towards the end, use the techniques that you're comfortable with, you know? I still really like it, though. It's goofy, it's got a lot of messy stuff, there's sequences that don't really work. There's a lot of stuff in this game feels kind of underbaked. But knowing the development that it, you know, was very, like, scrapped together, it's still very good. Again, you don't get games like this anymore. Not even for better or worse, just objectively for worse. The fact that, like, a game with a troubled development doesn't morph itself into Devil May Cry, you know, it just comes out messy or doesn't come out, is a shame. Anyway, clear time. Orbs, mission, B rank. Hell yeah. It's got heart. You could even say it's got guts and honor. So we only did those 2 secret missions. That's fine. Got a couple S ranks in there. Yeah, a lot of B's. A lot of B's and a couple C's. Looks a lot like my report cards in high school. Yeah, instead a game gets rebooted 6 times and then no game comes out. Yeah. You know, there's a lot of stuff in this that is goofy, and like I said, I think needs a second pass, but overall, I mean, come on, I still love it for a reason. I jump at the occasion to watch people play this for the first time for a reason, you know? It's an all-time great. Even if it's a little cringe at times. Anyway, go challenge the hard mode. We're gonna get hard with Dante. Oh, don't say that. So, hey, here's the thing. It just boots me back into the game?
Devil May Cry.
Like, immediately.
Sorry, we closed at 9.
So, what's fun about this, though, is that I have everything I had on my first playthrough. Now, we are on hard mode, so it's going to be more difficult, ultimately. But things like yellow orbs return. Orb fragments, of course, don't return. I think they're just replaced with, you know, just regular orb, like just a cluster of I can't line my jump up. Oh no, blue orb fragments are replaced with more yellow orbs, so you just get a bunch of extra lives. That's cool. So yeah, you can do a loop too, and it's really cool. It's very fun. If you beat the game on hard, you unlock Dante Must Die, and you unlock an additional costume for Dante that was meant to be future Dante, but ended up morphing into Sparta. Like the accepted design for Sparta. Oh, look at him go. We won't be doing that right now. However, we are going to... What menu are we going to do? How does it work? How does this game work? We're going to exit. No, right. We're going to reset. We're not going to exit, because exit exits that screen, and reset resets the game. We're going to press... No, we're going to press back. What is... There we go. That's the share button on my PlayStation controller. And now we have a different executable open that I have to, This one? Yes, okay. Now we're here. Because we got to look at the vault. Because there's some cool stuff in the vault. A game of all time. Yep. Jesus. Oh, you didn't like getting hard with Dante. Anyway, so strange that Mundus's plan to get him to the island was, oh, you've got a strange preoccupation with your mother. Meet this woman who looks exactly like her, but is in an S&M biker chick outfit. What did he mean by this? That's what I said! What was her plan? She busts in, throws a motorcycle at us, and insults us. Like, what? I mean, listen, if a hot blonde lady wants to bust into my room and throw things at me and insult me, yeah, okay, if she looks like Trish, I'm not gonna say no to any of that. But at the same rate, like... What was the plan? Because then he gets the upper hand and she gets all, like, prone and backing up on the floor, and she's like, I'm not your enemy. Oh, my name's Trish. Like, what? You gotta find a bit and stick to it, girl. You can't do every single... like, what? Anyway, let's look at the artwork for Devil May Cry 1, because there's some cool stuff in here. They just know that Dante is really this stupid. Yeah, I guess that's it. So yeah, we get a lot of cool pre-renders. This is stuff that showed up in magazines and stuff that shows up in the game on, like, the results screens and stuff. Nice to see these in a bit of a higher resolution. This was the US box art. Was way zoomed in. There's that, is this the cunty Dante that, Onisuika, you did not like? Well, now here he is, full-bodied. I think this was the Japanese box art, if I'm not mistaken. Here's a rare look at Dante's DT for Alistair, and I always thought that was a big fist. Like, it always looked like a really big foreshortened fist. That's his wing. The DT designs in this game are very abstract. Just, the models are kind of bizarre. Here's this pose, which later gets used in Beautiful Joe. Here's not quite the same pose, but very similar from another angle. So this is one of the clear artworks. Sparta was not here for the picture, so he was added in post. It's a pretty funny one. I like Dante in the disco pose. This was I believe the strategy guide in both the US and Japan had this as the artwork. I remember seeing this back in the day. This was a Japanese ad. Here we start to get into the enemy renders. These are pretty cool. I like seeing these at a higher resolution. It's nice that Capcom still had these, because they are not this high res in the actual game. There's one here that I quite like. Here it is! Real image in an actual 2001 video game. You might notice I put one of these fellows on my stream layout. This is one of my favorite images ever. Again, you want to talk about stuff they just don't put in. I mean, I say you can't put. It's more that everyone's a coward and is too afraid to put images like this in video games anymore. Look at every skeleton is hilarious. Every one of these is just... It's so funny. They're all a different reaction image. Here's Shadow. Nilo Angelo. Yep. Plasmas. They really liked the Photoshop zoom blur. And lens flares. That's pretty cool. I don't remember seeing this image in anything. High quality renders of Ebony and Ivory. So here's where we start to get some of the good shit. The concept art for this game is amazing. It is legitimately gorgeous. Like, I think the in-game graphics are very nice looking, but I think the digital paintings they made are some of the... I wish I could paint environments like this. I really do, because they're insane. Some of these you can tell are a bit of photo manips. You can see some like filtered photography in here for some of the textures. Oh, don't you worry, we'll get there. Here's the outside the Colosseum, inside the Colosseum. I don't think this ever quite made it into the game as is. Here's where we fought those Cyclops. This is a little different from in the final game. I don't think this... Oh, this might be that waterfall area, but this looks a lot cooler than the final game. Not really sure what this is meant to be, but it's spooky as hell and I love it. Here's the waterfall area from a different angle. You can see they kind of like combined some of these, and also Dante is very hastily photoshopped in here a lot of the time. Pirate ship. Again, the pirate ship. You can see the ship's wheel and the two skulls there. A little bit of hell. Looks quite cool. Colosseum again. Little rougher version of the other one. Ah, here we go. Get ready to clap. That's totally a fucking Umbrella logo. There is a texture that looks very, very similar to this. There's imagery that looks very similar to this in Code Veronica. Like, almost one-to-one. The one that's in the final Devil May Cry 1 is... I think this one makes it onto the flag, but there's one that's edited to look a little less Umbrella-y. But yeah. Yeah. it's just an Umbrella logo. It's really obvious. Judge of Death. Here is the fountain area. Again, this picture. Some of these are repeated. There's that face jutting out of the side rather than the end of the hallway. And yeah, apparently this caused issues with Phantom chasing you down the hallway. Also, Dante here has a submachine gun. Looks maybe like an MP5. Something he does not get in this game. Oh, the writing on the Not Umbrella logo says, "Fortune favors the brave" in Latin. It's fine. I want minor spelling error. It's okay. That one's just mirrored. That one doesn't say anything. But that's interesting. I'll have to go read everything in Code Veronica and see if that's ever mentioned anywhere. Here's this safe room. Here's the entranceway. Here's where we fought Nilo Angelo 3. At a different time of day. We never get there at sunset. Here's where we fight those scissoring ladies. So this is from when it was Biohazard 4. And these were zombies dressed up as musketeers. I don't remember these artworks, but they're really cool. Again, lots of environments. There's Malay Island itself. Much larger than it appears in-game. Sunset version. Here's the castle. Rough sketch of the main room. I like how they have stuff like this. Like, here's the rough sketch, and then here's the more finished one. Again, some of these are repeats. We'll get to the really good stuff soon enough. Here's one of the first rooms. I pointed out that, yeah, this is, again, very early on. This is Biohazard 4 when they were zombies at that table where you fight the first marionette. I always found this artwork pretty interesting because of that, because it's very clear that there's zombies here. More environments. Again, a lot of repeated stuff. That's a cool-ass thing. Wait, isn't there something like this in DMC3? Like that statue? I think so. And there's certainly bells like this in DMC3. Yeah, here's this fountain area. I think from the Nightmare 2 fight. Oh yeah, look. Here's the fountain area in the real world, and here it is in the demon world. Flipped horizontally, fire instead of water. I guess they were going to do a little more with that. Dead trees instead of, like, overgrowth, you know. This looks super rad, and as much as this looks like the bedroom that's in the final game, it looks a lot like that one stage in Capcom vs. SNK 1. Okay, we're going to speed through some of these. Oh, yeah. Here's the dragon statue. It was a lot more, well, dragon corpse? A lot more dragon-like. The final one, again, is just a T-Rex skeleton. Again, these are all really good, and I recommend taking a look at them if you're an art appreciator, as I am. But, yeah, here we go. Good shit right here. Here's little baby Dante and Virgil with the Umbrella logo on them because they were meant to be, basically, if you know the Wesker children plot that is brought up in Resident Evil 5, that was written for this game. And Dante and Virgil were essentially meant to be Spencer's very own Les Enfants Terribles project. Which the Weskers... It's so weird because the plot they wrote for this version of Biohazard 4, a lot of it ends up happening in Resident Evil 5. Also, Resident Evil 5 is a direct continuation of Code Veronica. So, when I say that this is Code Veronica 2, I am not just trying to find a flimsy excuse to talk about the peak video game that is Resident Evil Code Veronica. I am being very literal. The part of the plot that they wrote for when this was going to be a Resident Evil game did somehow, some way end up getting used almost completely unchanged in RE5. It's just not shown as much, and it's a thing that once you know about it, you lose your fucking mind. Because we're gonna see, look at that dog. We're gonna see another piece of artwork here. All the early Dante art, or I guess Tony Redgrave at this point, is really good. Oh yeah, there's Dante, Trish, and Virgil, I surmise? There's such a vibe in these early pieces of art. Yeah, here's where Dante was like... Sorry, Tony Redgrave was a detective. You can see a lot with the expressions, the Cobra influence. Well, I posted a neat thing in other games related to this. Let me see. Oh, look at that! A lot of family coats of arms use the phrase, this one's carved into Jubilee Tower, is probably the most similar and probably the main inspiration. That's interesting. That's really cool, actually. Oh, here we go. So here is again where the game was Resident Evil. My Japanese is rusty as shit, but basically this was meant to be... this is just a hunter. Yeah, this is a hunter. This is what became Blade, but is clearly... It's a hunter. Again, zombies. Zombie cat. That never shows up. Here's early Nightmare, which notice the goop is black. And again, in the final game, there's like skulls and stuff and rib cages in this black goop. In the final game, they're very upscaled. They're very large. Main artist for Devil May Cry 1 is Makoto Tsuchibayashi, whom also did Basra. Thank you for that trivia. And yes, now that you say that, I can totally... Yeah, that is definitely the same brush strokes in a lot of... Whoops. In a lot of these. Wait. How did I skip a lot of... Huh? I think I skipped forward a little bit too much here. That's weird. How did that happen? Alright, anyway. We'll start here, then. Yeah, some early Dante concepts. It's funny to think that the red coat wasn't always there. Gross little chicken. This is a boss in Resident Evil 5. Straight up, there is a boss who looks almost exactly like this in RE5. Zombie crows. Oh, G? It says G there? Is that as in, like, perhaps the G virus? That's definitely a mutated Cerberus with, like, some G creature-inspired aesthetics to it. This thing's gross. I don't like it. That's just a goopy ribcage. Here is Griffin when it had more of like a phoenix-like design. It's pretty cool. And here is, yes, I mentioned this before, the head just has weird little gross like bird fetuses coming out of it. It's super nasty. I don't like it. I like the in-game model a lot more. I mean, that's just a chimera. Same with that. These are Resident Evil monsters. Here's like a upgraded version, I suppose. Here's something that didn't make its way into anything. It's just a weird snake monster. Oh, look, here's some RE0 leeches. G, again, referenced. So yes, here's the hunter. I don't know how we skipped a couple there. That's so weird. So we're back to Nightmare. Yeah, anyway, the black goop with the bone, the skeletal remains in it. this also ends up getting used in Resident Evil 5 as Ouroboros. The Ouroboros monsters have a bunch of black goop and skeletal remains. Looks a lot more like this, in fact. This is, oh man, they are blinged out. But yeah, these are nobodies. Again, they're very G creature-like. These were meant to be like ancient, like warriors that were buried under the castle grounds or something. Again, very, if you know Resident Evil lore, you know. But they're very G creature-like, the eyeballs and everything, and the big arms, and they're, especially in this artwork, that's the Lickers pose, man. Come on. Oh, look, it's a little trilobite thing. That's cute. Oh, here we go. Hey, look at these two. Oh, is that just Birkin? Oh, is that just G Creature Birkin? Oh, wow, I wonder if this started as Resident Evil. Here's just a coelacanth. Pick of Nightmare looks like a steaming can of black beans. It kind of did. That's just a coelacanth. Hey, it's me! It's a squid. The squid and the coelacanth ended up not getting used, of course, but they kind of get conceptually used in DMC2 a little bit. Here's something that never goes anywhere. It's a chameleon with, like, lava? Oh, here's an early version of Phantom where, yeah, it was a little meteor rather than being lava-like. This was, like, apparently too disgusting when it was in 3D, so they ended up making it a lava spider instead. Here's early Tony Redgrave. Here is, again, a thing that ends up showing... This is a character that ends up showing up in Resident Evil 5. This is Oswell E. Spencer. Yeah. He was supposed to look like this? A lot of people thought this was meant to be Sparta, but it in fact is not. This is Spencer. So, if you're familiar with how he looks in RE5, doesn't look like this. He does have, like, bluish, purplish skin here, so I don't know if that was meant to be, like, I don't know what it is, but, yeah. Early Trish, more early Trish. Some of these outfits go pretty hard. That one, she's just got, like, a Eskimo hood. I don't know what's up with that. I like these ones where it's even more of, like, a rider outfit. Like a, just looks so cool. Early sketches for Ebony and Ivory. Again, for Tony Redgrave by 45 Art Warks. His gun said Art Warks until Devil May Cry 5. Ebony and Ivory are modified 1911s. Now, here's something interesting. This says Saiga. A Saiga is a type of shotgun? This is the grenade gun, so I don't know what's up with that. Here's another weapon that didn't make it into the game. It was like a machine gun on a bipod. There's also like a lot of... You can see here too, a foregrip, a flashlight, a laser sight, and some other options here. In Resident Evil, you know, even RE2, you can upgrade your guns, so I guess this was meant to be one of those. We could get some Magnum parts. Needle gun, my beloved. This is the weird laser cannon super shot grenade thing that was meant to channel the jackpot energy into. We kind of end up seeing something like this in a later game. I don't think this is based on any real-world weapon. Sparta. Here's the Alistair DT concept art, which doesn't look anything like this in-game. Another variation. And we're back to the beginning. So, hey, there it is. We did it. We did the Devil May Cry 1. Yeah, as you can tell, I really like this game. I know a whole lot of stupid-ass trivia about it because I can't be normal about anything. I have to be a freak. It's great. It's genuinely great, and I genuinely find a lot of the concept art in this game, I like that they included it at a higher resolution than ever before. And I like that it's just very, you know, you can see where it was Resident Evil. They don't even try to hide it. And you know something? I'm really glad I was able to do all that in one stream. Love to hear you talk about stuff you're passionate about. Thank you. I like to share the stuff I know, not in a way that, like, I'm not trying to brag. I just think it's interesting. And I like to talk about some of the lesser known stuff to, you know, just share the information. And that's the whole idea of a stream, right? You want to talk about things you like with cool people and maybe find like a greater appreciation for a thing. And this is also why I like to watch people new to games that I'm experienced with, because I get to see them in a light that I don't normally see them in. I get to go, oh yeah, I guess this level is fucked up and weird, huh? And sometimes I get to go, wow, I didn't know you could do... I never would have thought to fight that enemy that way, because that's just not what I do by this point in the game. So, you know. Yeah. Good times. Genuinely, good time today. I'm very happy I was able to do this all in one sitting. DMC1, not a particularly long game, but I knew I wanted to take a look at the artwork, the artworks, if you will. And hey, you know, next time, we're gonna do it. We're gonna play Devil May Cry 2. So if you wanna see a guy who likes, I can't stress enough. I like this. Okay. This I like. This I love. This I really, really love. So, you know, it's 3 different levels of enjoyment, but still enjoyment. Born to Freak, Forced to Speak. Hell yeah, brother. Do I have anything else to say? Do I have anything else to share about Devil May Cry 1 at this venture? I don't think so. I think next week we're going to do DMC 2. If that's what you want to see. Hey, I'm going to play it. I don't know if you want to see it. That's up for you to decide your own destiny. But yeah, thank you, everyone, so much for being here. This was a blast. This was genuinely a blast. I'll have to do New Game Plus hard mode at some point. I'll have to try to go for Dante Must Die at some point, but that's for the future. That's for maybe later down the line. Really need you to produce the only Lucia disc footage on the internet. Well, again, Miss Takamoto Takako is right here. She played through the Lucia disc. She knows the Lucia battle cries. Ha 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 hoo hi. Over and over again. You want to say shout-outs to Onisuika, coolest dude. I mean, sure. Yeah, 5% of Steam users completed Lucia's side, something like that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, not a lot of people do that. I actually prefer Lucia to Dante in DMC2. We'll get into why. It's tempting to just start it right now, but I'm not going to do that to myself because I need to eat food and I need to, hell yeah, brother, dudes rock. I gotta give you one every now and then. Yeah, DMC2 next week. I will be playing through probably hard mode in that, just so we can expedite unlocking Trish, because I really want to play as her and show off what she can do, because, yeah, like, hey, not many people are brave enough to play Devil May Cry 2 to completion. Even less are brave enough to, you know, have footage of Trish and unlock Trish. So we're gonna do that. I have simply 100%ed Devil May Cry 2 twice because I am cool, says One Sanitarium on Twitch.television. I mean, yeah, I've done it a couple times too. Like, it, you know. I feel like every time I play, like, a normal game, like, you know, Metal Gear Solid 4 or Devil May Cry 1, there's always, like, an underlying sexual tension of, yeah, but what about the weird freak game that you crash out about? What about that one? And I'm like, can I play the one that I like first? Can I do that? Nah, you gotta play that freak shit. You gotta play those weird video games, man. The weird ones you play in a back alley with a stranger in a large coat. You know? So we'll get there, though. That'll be next week. I'm just rambling at this point. I just had a really good time. I enjoy... Those aren't normal games. Feels tempted to play Phantom Pain again already. Listen, what I'm tempted to do is not necessarily play Phantom Pain. What I'm tempted to do is be done with Phantom Pain. There's a difference. There's a distinct difference. But I am giving myself... I am not going to worry about that until December. We will return to that game in December. And it will be a December to remember. Devil May Cry 2. I can't do the sensual, breathy Devil May Cry. I'm not very, you know. I'm more of a Resident Evil 2. I can do that one. You know. Can't kill a ghost? I beg to differ. I'm not involved with the Phantom Pain pushing. I would actually like to forget that game. No, you're not. You're not. You're not. You're in the Bubsy pushing. All right, there's my government-mandated Bubsy reference of the stream. I will see y'all next... I'll see y'all tomorrow, actually. I'm probably going to do an art stream. So that's what we're going to do. I will upload this to YouTube at some point. There's evil out there, but there's evil within, too. Stares at you. Stares at... There's evil within, too. Huh? Alright. Oh, look, you can see, like I said, Demon Must Die. That's a reference to... a couple things in Devil May Cry. Hi, Poco. We're going to make you accurately small again. That's what your name means. See, I made a character who's small, so I named her Small in Spanish. Wow. All right. I'll see y'all next time. I can see. That's not until we get to DMC3. I should probably go to this thing, right? This is what we end on? Is this with the little music? Okay. See you later!